So, hello everyone. Thank you to be here with us today for this final event of the TrustChain project. So let's discuss a bit of the agenda. Today there will be several sessions, 6 in total, discussing about trust and how our project has performed. For example, in session 1, it will be about trust and identity, decentralized identity as a foundation for trust. Session 2 about privacy and data protection, privacy preserving technologies by design. Session 3, after the coffee break, regarding interoperability from fragmentation to interoperable trust ecosystem. Session 4 in the afternoon about economics and sustainability. Session 5 about democracy and governance, trust, participation, and democratic governance. Finally, session 6, energy and environmental impact, energy efficient and responsible blockchain design. It will be followed by a presentation regarding the digital omnibus regulation, and in particular, the EIDAS2 evolution in the context of this new regulation. Let's give a little bit of context to this event. So, delivering on the objective of the European Digital Decade required trust to be embedded at the core of the Europe digital infrastructure. And as digital identity, data sharing, and distributed technology become foundational to public services, market, and democratic processes, Europe must move beyond fragmented and centralized model toward decentralized human-centric trust framework that align with European value, regulation, and sustainability goals. And in this context, TrustChain has demonstrated how this transition can be achieved in practice. The project outcome presented across the 6 thematic sessions today will show how decentralized trust infrastructure can be operationalized end-to-end, from decentralized identity as a foundation for trust to privacy-preserving technology by design, from overcoming fragmentation through interoperable trust ecosystem to define economic model that ensure the long-term sustainability of trust infrastructure, and from strengthening democratic participation and governance. And all this by addressing energy efficiency and environmental responsibility in a decentralized based system. Together, the results that have been achieved in TrustChain provide concrete, reusable, and regulation aligned building blocks for Europe's future digital public infrastructure. And TrustChain has moved decentralized trust from vision to deployment, demonstrating how secure interoperable system and democratic digital system can be built for a Trust European Web 4. Building on this momentum and the concrete outcome that has been achieved, TrustChain is taking a step toward the establishment of a TrustChain Foundation that we have discussed with you already yesterday afternoon, so in collaboration with the ecosystem. And this foundation will steward the project's results, support adoption, and contribute to the sustained development of decentralized, trustworthy, and human-centric digital infrastructure for the Web 4. So I would say stay tuned for the next round of discussion leading to the foundation launch. I will now pass the floor to Vlado, that is the technical coordinator of the project. Please, Vlado.
Thank you, Caroline, and welcome everybody that are physically present at this event here in our beautiful city of Ljubljana. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Now, speaking about this highly inspiring TrustChain project, we should think of the internet. The internet, when it was first invented, actually was invented as an infrastructure of very distributed nature, where the information could freely flow from place to a place, and it would not be subjected to so many other mechanisms of filtering and changing the information or processing it until it arrives to the final consumers, that is the humanity at large. So nowadays, of course, internet is still possible to change and evolve. We should not think of what we are doing across the European research and innovation programs, but also within our large-scale TrustChain project as something that can be done by single company or a single person. These kind of innovations require quite a lot of thinking, and as we know, our body of knowledge is evolving both from the theoretical viewpoint of understanding better the theory behind, for example, what is trust and what is privacy and what kind of privacy we would like to have, or what kind of sustainability we would like to achieve for our environment and our society. This is on one side. And then on the other side, it's of course this technology evolution that when we arrive to a new understanding of the things that we are doing, then we can only make this change, and particularly what we can do as a society and partners under the TrustChain project is to make this change or influence the change so that we see in the future technology which is more adapted to what humanity actually needs. And this is what we have been doing here in the project. It looks maybe to many of the particular teams that contributed to this project, and they contributed really fantastic ideas, sometimes too much in the stars, sometimes very practical, so a very great spectrum of ideas. And understanding the flow of these ideas, we need to look at it as something like an ocean, so that we see how these things from all these 70+ projects, where they are converging. So understanding that requires to look outside the scope of a single project. And this is what is the value of the TrustChain project. Now, when we come at the end of the 3-year period, and before that we had another project similar to this one on the chain, so we are actually thinking of new architectures that could, we believe, even further progress the state of the internet, that is the next generation internet, that is imagined as something better for humanity, not worse, but really much better. So thank you to all the teams for their great job they did in the course of the project. And now we can, if Benjamin is here, he's not, so we could continue, I think, with today's presentations. We have assembled presentations from all topics covered, all technical topics covered by the TrustChain project. The first topic was designed to address something that we all believe is unlocking immense amount of new applications and opportunities. That is the concept of the digital identity and the data which is associated to this identity, and how humans, like citizens of the EU, are actually using their data when they engage in any kind of services, any kind of activities in the European society, in the ecosystems, and so on and so on. So this is the baseline for the project, for the TrustChain project. And this selection is just a selection of couple of projects. But what we want to see and better understand, of course, is how these foundations can be then used to provide this new added value to the European citizens. I want to say one more final thing before I give the floor to the great partners that did these innovative works. So the important thing is that okay, so maybe I just lost my idea. Maybe I come back to that. So let me give the floor, and then we see how it goes. So trust and identity. And decentralized identity as a foundation of trust. Shall we go first with the Musab? Yes, with Amar Bukhari and the Musab project. The floor is yours.
All right. Hi. Thank you, everyone. It's good to join it and be part of this closing event of NGI TrustChain. We are Musab. We were part of the OC1, and we are basically Methics based in Finland. And Musab basically is an acronym which we came up with multiple SSCDs with Unified Signature API Library. And today in my presentation, I will try to establish what was the reason and thinking behind Musab and what it provided to us throughout this journey. So moving forward. All right, Karen, can you go to the next slide? So, as I mentioned that Musab is developed by Methics team based in Finland, and we have been extensively following IDAS2 and EUDI wallet discussions since they started. And long before even this EUDI wallet reference implementation came out, we were able to link the need that there is a need for a unique API which links different SSCD signature creation devices with the phone app, where the user's private keys can be generated, managed, and those things. So since then, we realized that if all the wallets started going towards, as they're moving towards better user experience, they will have to compromise maybe on the security. And that was the idea of Musab. We wanted to provide a better user experience without not compromising on the security. What we mean by that is, if Musab wasn't there, then normal wallet apps would need to rely upon phone key stores, which are American phone companies built in China, used for European private key storage data, wasn't very feasible for us. And there has been common recommendations by ENISA as well that there needs to be a unique API from mobile apps to link to the secure element. And as we followed this progress and we moved along, we also saw EUDI wallet talking about a need of an SCI, a secure cryptographic interface. And this was the need Musab was delivering. And our goal, how Methics was placed, Methics do provide solutions for different key stores. And we wanted to provide interface for the users, where users have a choice to choose their private key rather than relying on one silver bullet. If you go forward to the next slide. So IDAS 2 now officially mandates that there has to be a higher level of assurance for the users, and user need to control their user need to have a control over their keys, and these technology should be interoperable. And the reasoning from the Methics point of view was, if we just rely on phone key stores, we are locking out the technology which has been providing European signature infrastructure from a quite long while, talking about IDAS 1 and even going before IDAS 1. So we worked upon providing a harmonized interface that allows access to any mobile app which is using this MooSAP API package in their app to call different key stores. And this means that core identity information of the European citizens will not be stored in non-European hardware whose specifications are not disclosed and not completely open source, and we don't have a proper SOGIS-based accreditation system, which we have for current other SSCDs. So we move forward. Then explaining about what is the technical solution from our side. From our point of view, we provide MooSAP in that there are two components of the MooSAP. One being the library which you can use in your phone itself, like an SDK, and second being the link Docker, which is placed on the backend side. So architecture provide a unified signature API where mobile app can call different key stores through different APIs, whether it's a phone-based key store, whether it's a SIM or eSIM based, whether it's an HSM or app based, or even external hardware devices. So all of these devices, which we initially started with the scope of MooSAP, were eventually adopted as you can say different WSCDs by EUDI Wallet as well. So the idea being that there are different hardware security devices, but you as European Union cannot mandate any country that, okay, you have to use one of them only. So there has to be multiple options, and there needs to be a choice for the user. So MooSAP acts as an intermediary layer that abstracts the complexities of different SSCDs and makes it easier for the app developers to link secure cryptographic operations in their apps. Moving forward, as we developed and went through this MooSAP, and EUDI Wallet has been also evolving, we see that as you see in the picture, EUDI Wallet describes that, okay, there has to be a secure cryptographic interface which enables Wallet to communicate with the WSCA and WSCD. But it hasn't been standardized. And now, especially the latest version of ARF also says that this is open for interpretation for the member states implementing the wallet ideas. So that's where MooSAP comes in, that it provides an interface for any wallet app. It doesn't have to be EUDI wallet app, but where they can link their wallet instances with the hardware-backed secure signature creation devices, or SSCDs as we call them. And so this red circle in my picture was the earlier place where we saw MooSAP is complementing the UDI wallet architecture, and we kept going in that direction. Moving on to the next slide. So while we did that in the OC1, we were also trying to validate first, build on our concept to validate the ideas from our existing customers. And then we were also able to have a couple of implementations since OC1 has gone live. One is this German EUDI wallet pilot, which my colleagues from Social Wallet team will also explain, that we partnered with another OC1 team, Saphiron Social Wallet, to provide them the MooSAP, which was integrated with an eSIM to, you can say, Swiss eSIM. So it was a sort of a complete European innovation that a Dutch wallet company was providing a German EUDI wallet pilot by using MooSAP and the eSIM provided by Switzerland. So that idea where you are able to link the existing identity blocks to form a unified solution. So that was the first idea. Second one, our implementation in Armenia, we have a SIM-based mobile ID running there, and there was a need of new app-based solution where we tried to utilize the existing key store, the being your SIM and eSIM, to onboard onto the phone app. So that was also a utilization of MoSAP in our actual implementation. And when we talk about what we can do, you can sign any data format, provide multiple SSCDs to the end user, and eventually also handle the key management operation. So from our experience, we have seen dealing with these cryptographic operations and key management aspects are big pain point for people trying to build secure customer applications. That was the idea, that MoSAP offloads the key management functions from their side and handles them, and while accessing the different SSCDs which are available, while providing a bridge to sign decentralized technologies like your verifiable credentials or DIDs with centralized technologies, and making them verifiable presentations, or how you need to present them. So that was the idea, where using existing identity infrastructure, we were able to complement the upcoming ones. Moving forward, to next slide. How was our business model and what was our goal? So our goal has been that we try to enable our partners or our customers to enable different SSCDs into their products while relying on our value network. We have been publishing our repository open source. There had been some contributions by Social Wallet as well. We also made that open source. So the idea being that that's how the community grows, that we provide one basic implementation and others try to use it for their, and we are open to discussion if someone has a use case where we can provide key management functionality to them. That's where Methics comes in. And if you go on to the next slide, since this whole idea that Methics and Qdo products, they are placed to provide both SIM-based signing, remote signing-based signing, ID card-based signing, or even you can say your phone key store signing. So the whole utilization that where different app vendors can start offering cryptographic operations, it becomes more and more feasible, which provides an entry route into Methics products. So that is the main business model for MoSAP. MoSAP itself is open source, but it's a gateway for us to push more and more different key stores for the end users. Moving forward. Next slide, and some MoSAP related demo videos. So I can just quickly, there's the YouTube link, which we can see the demo video for the Saffron German ID wallet. But before we go to the YouTube, there's a next picture which just shows the Armenia NID app. It was in Armenia. I tried to use Google Translator to show you the idea that once it was a normal ID app, and we incorporated MoSAP there, where an existing identity scheme was used to onboard onto the new one. So that was the idea, that instead of reinventing the wheel, we try to utilize on existing SSCDs, which can be used to sign verifiable credentials later on. And now that's basically from our side, what we have done in MoSAP so far, or how it has been used in real world examples. And now I will stop here and we can look at the demo video. And if you have any questions later on, I'll be happy to answer. Yeah, there is no sound, so it's more of as a user has different elements to which PID model they want to use. They selected eSIM in this example. And when you go next, you put your wallet name. And these different steps, of course, they are changed or aligned based on customer needs. This is basically Saffron's wallet, which utilized MoSAP and to enable eSIMs. So first parts are normal app sign up for a wallet. And then you enter your eSIM information, what's your phone number. And there is a coupling code which the eSIM or SIM provide to link your wallet identity with your mobile ID. And here you get activate MoSAP and get to sign your to approve the authentication request with your eSIM. Now, once that is done, you are able to add the information to your and then continue onboarding with your other mechanism. Now, this parts we can skip there. So the idea being that normal wallet can have different key stores enabled based on their need and based on the customer requirements. From Methic's experience, we have seen, even though we have different solutions, no one solution fits the all customer needs. Everyone requires for their own implementation and their own demographics the correct SSCDs. That's the idea of MoSAP, that you do not provide one silver bullet for all, but try to, and you don't keep all your keys in one basket, but you have multiple keys which are used for different purposes. Yeah, that's all from our side.
So thank you very much for the great presentation. Are there any questions from the online or from the audience here?
Yes, hello. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to ask what was the traction after you finished the project in terms of your goals, and do you see that there's a continuous need, or was there any modification or change in your initial, let's say, targets?
Definitely, there is always room for improvements, as we say. So, for example, in one implementation we provided, MoSAP was built natively for Android and iOS app. We had to do an improvement, provide a React Native bridge for one customer. For one customer, we had to make a Flutter bridge to be able to call these APIs. So those were the needs, were coming from the implementation side. But one thing which I didn't mention in this presentation was our third use case, Mongolia, that actually became closed. That use case closed because once we provided this, the valuation of the company went quite high, who was implementing document signing service based on signing with app and SIM. They got acquired, and then we have to provide an additional app with additional features for the end customer. So that use case I didn't mention, but the idea being that you lower the cost for entry and lower the barriers for entry. If someone is in a remote part of Mongolia, they can't have internet, but they would have the SIM to sign this mobile network there. So the whole idea that you adapt accordingly to the customer's environment. So there was need, and now when we say this Armenia app which we latest implemented, that was a bit different use case than we had initially thought MoSAP for, because eventually we thought MoSAP is just for signing, but in that we used it for onboarding technology as well, where we use the current technology to onboard to the next one. So more use cases would be coming, we feel, and so far at least 3 of them we have improved after our OC1 was closed.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Amar. So we have time for one more quick question.
Very simple. How are you involved with MetaMask? Can you replace MetaMask, which I have great difficulty in using personally?
Actually, we are not involved with MetaMask at all. So if as the end of the day, MetaMask is an abstract wallet layer, from our point of view, we are handling 2 kinds of applications, you can say. Of course, traditional wallet applications where EUDI wallet and other digital identity wallets would come. Second is the traditional strong customer authentication app. Now, in both of these, our dealing, we are talking about citizen identity, and there so far we haven't had to interface with MetaMask, and the utilization hasn't been the case. So for us, it depends upon what identity scheme. Since we are dealing with a citizen identity, what identity scheme is running in that country, and the goal is that that identity scheme should be interfaced with the mobile app which the government or the private entity is trying to launch. So in citizen identity, we haven't been involved with MetaMask. So we feel if we are talking about using strong customer authentication or using high level of assurance digital signature, MetaMask wouldn't be involved. It would require either HSM or app-based key store like IDAS remote signing, or SIM or eSIM-based key store, which is IDAS local signing. And the third one, of course, being the phone native key stores or external hardware. I don't know if I was able to answer your question correctly, but I tried to say there isn't much correlation between MetaMask and since we are talking on the citizen identity, we haven't had a use case where we need to interface with them.
Can I ask you something very quickly? In terms of compatibility with existing key stores and identity schemes, what is your coverage currently?
What is our?
Coverage.
Yeah, at least we have 3 use cases covered. Since we are based in Finland, we covered the Finnish use case. Finnish mobilivarmine can be interfaced. That's one. Second one is the Swisscom, Switzerland mobile ID is interfaced, and that was used in Germany. And third one in Armenia, where we utilize their existing mobile ID and app-based solution to integrate together. So the idea is that if there are more schemes, we have common key URI scheme, which can be utilized by the app itself to call the key operations. But it has to be some customization depending on what key store they're using at the moment.
Thank you very much too. Actually, because I think we have some, do we have? No, we don't have. We should move on, unfortunately. But of course, as you can see, your work is instantiating a large number of edit questions, and it's like really interesting to see how you have managed to position yourself in this complexity of identities and providers and so on. So thank you very much again. And we go to Sebastian now with their creator credentials project. And Amar, sorry, not Amar, but Sebastian.
Yeah. Yes.
We need Sebastian here now.
The Creator Credential project was funded by TrustChain within the Open Call 1. It is a project by Lithium that introduces verifiable digital identities for creators and media organizations. Can you go to the next slide? I can't see them on my screen. Here we are. And the next slide, please. So what problem do we solve? Digital media is shared and reused online at a massive scale, but it often loses reliable information about where it comes from or who created it. And while such information may be embedded into a media file, this metadata is often removed or lost as content circulates across platforms and social media. Once that connection between creator and the work is gone, the content can no longer be linked to an identifiable creator, and as a result, creators lose control over their works and have no practical way to monetize them. Next slide, and the next slide. So, Creator Credential is one component of the infrastructure to make claims about digital content verifiable. It enables the issuance of verifiable credentials to creators and media organizations in a federated, standardized, and scalable way. With these credentials, creators can make cryptographically verifiable statements about their content, such as ownership or authorship, rights and licensing terms, AI training preferences, or the use of AI in content creation. Because these declarations are digitally signed and linked to open standardized content fingerprints, ISCC codes, they remain trustworthy and verifiable even if content circulates across the web. Next slide, please, and the following. So Creator Credentials enables media organizations to issue verifiable credentials and act as trusted issuers within a hierarchical trust model. Creators can hold and use these credentials in the Creator Credentials app to make cryptographically verifiable claims about their content. The system is designed to provide simple onboarding to self-sovereign identity without exposing creators or organizations to technical complexity. Next slide. Creators can digitally sign their original works and reliably prove their ownership. They can also express verified machine-readable signals for AI training permissions or restrictions. And for third parties, this makes it possible to identify copyright holders and initiate the licensing transaction. Proper attribution improves discoverability, supports fair remuneration, and preserves the long-term value of creative works. Next slide. Creator credentials also supports a clear accountability for the origin of digital content, which is essential in the context of fake news and disinformation. So transparency about AI involvement in content creation enables independent verification of provenance and related claims. So our system provides the necessary infrastructure to strengthen trust in digital media. Next slide. So let me briefly show you a real-world implementation based on our technology, the CommonsDB registry. CommonsDB is an open registry for public domain and openly licensed content. Data suppliers such as Europeana and Wikimedia use creator credentials, factually, to make verifiable rights declaration to this registry while remaining clearly identifiable as the declaring party. So what I will try is to share my screen just to give you a very brief look at how the implementation looks like. Can you see my screen? Yeah. So this is the CommonsDB Explorer. It's a technical explorer that allows users to receive information about media assets that they can find online. So in this case, this image has been declared. You can drag and drop it into that Explorer, and you will see as a result that there have been 2 declarations from Wikimedia and from Europeana, the European Digital Library, that claim that this content has been published under public domain license. And what you see as technical information, but this is interesting for our context, is that you have on the one hand a link to the original resource where you can download the asset and where the more metadata are provided. You have the fingerprint, the ISCC code, and then you see that the declaration has been signed using a key pair, and the DIT key is the public identifier for that. And the signature will show you that we have implemented the verifiable credential that say that Wikimedia is a verifiable data supplier for the CommonsDB registry in the credential subject. And that VC has been issued by a trust service. In this case, it's Open Future that identify themselves through an advanced certificate issued by a European trust service. So you have a hierarchical model, you have the European trust service, then you have the issuer of the VC, and then you have the data suppliers. Currently, it's Wikimedia and Europeana, but there will be an onboarding process of additional data suppliers until this summer. And as you can see, we already have declared, or the data suppliers already have declared over 500,000 rights declarations using the technology, and we will probably end up with around 10 million in summer. All based on 5 data suppliers that can reliably state that their content is openly licensed or under a public domain license. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. And finally, I would like to express my gratitude for the funding and support by TrustChain and the team that made it possible to build these applications and others that are in the making.
Thank you very much. That was like, again, very interesting presentation. Somebody from the audience would like to ask a question?
It's very nice to see that you followed up your solution into some, let's say, practical use that is already being used by different users. I was wondering a little bit on what is there for you, I mean, in terms of, I mean, how do you get any money out of this?
So the creator credential application was open source, so that any oh, I'm hearing an echo, sorry. But so let's continue. So the creator credential application was open source, so that any media organization or CMO or membership organization from the creator side could use the technology to issue VCs to their to the creators. So that's basically infrastructure work. And for Lithium, who built this technology, the question of identity of the declaring party is more like a component of the overall business model that Lithium is following, which is basically maintaining a publicly accessible registry for rights declarations or AI opt-out declarations or AI transparency declarations or any other rights information and metadata that you would like to share. And this is like the business model of Lithium.
So the thing is that when you do a declaration, I mean, the users can make any claims without paying anything currently?
The creators would can generate the fingerprints. They can use the creator credential application, and they would pay for the maintenance of the system that allows third parties like AI providers or social media platforms to access this information. So that's the monetization is around the registry and not around the declaration.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I have actually one more question for you, which I was thinking it could be for actually maybe even everyone in the project. And that's the question about how anything that we create in terms of digital content, which can include important context of the users, that is privacy related and maybe business process related and things like that, and should be protected for the sake of the humans, of the people who are generating this content, isn't it? So, and maybe even aligned or used then to query AI or to you know, communicate with the external world for the benefit of the user. So I just wondered if you have any thoughts, because we are now in the age of the AI, and these self-sovereign identities actually providing the means, the existence means for the AI. So that's the question. Thanks.
Yeah. So thanks. You have to distinguish between the actual content and the metadata around the content. In our system, we don't actually provide access to the content files, but only to the fingerprints of the content. So there is protection around privacy with regards to the content. However, and the creator can decide which metadata they want to make public. And usually, if you have books or things like that, an author name is not protected, and a title of a work is also not protected. It's public information. So they can kind of bind that information publicly and then digitally sign and use the credentials to kind of provide as much identity-related information as needed to provide trust or to provide a reference to the licensing terms that AI companies can be confident about using it or not using it or paying for it. So this is like a distinction about the levels of data that would be provided. And of course, the AI use case is triggering the whole system, because in order to have like licensing at scale, and we're talking about actually billions of assets that will be signed using the technology. It's crucial to have it machine operational and have trust in the claims and not pay the money to the wrong creator.
I was wondering if, apart from being able to claim the ownership of some content, the solution could be extended to also claim the human nature of the creation of the content.
Yes, absolutely. That's one project that we are following up. It's called FAIR, Fair AI Attribution, where we allow creators to add a flag that content is human created. So that will be part, and that will also be signed using verifiable credentials developed within the project.
Thank you very much. So thank you for your presentation, and we can go on to the next session. That, as we can see, we have Morph Metro and Tenclave, and in this new session, our goal is to discuss the second open call of TrustChain, which focused on privacy. And I wanted to say something about this privacy topic. As we know, one of the major concern of European governments, it is, or I believe it should be, the protection of the data of the European citizens. So probably this is the open call that puts this type of questions into the focus. So let's go with the Morph Metro project and Kruno Milicevic. Thanks.
Yeah. Hello, hi. As you heard, my name is Kruno Milicevic. I'm the lead of the Morph Metro project, coming from the company Random Red. It is about, as you can read, secure and privacy-preserving data exchange. Maybe you can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So my current or basis domain is metrology, measurements, and in metrology there is currently no practical way to perform cross-organization analysis of measurement data that preserves confidentiality. When I'm talking about cross-organizational analysis of measurement data, there is actually in metrology and also as part of quality assurance of goods and services that are provided, there are so-called processes of inter-laboratory comparisons, where laboratory are, as the name says, comparing the results of their measurements mutually. And the problem at the moment is that one of the laboratories is the coordinator, and this laboratory is gathering results of all participating laboratories, and in doing so, this laboratory has access to the all plaintext data, which could be a problem for other laboratories. Similarly, there is another process in metrology called proficiency testing, which has a similar structure. So our idea was to establish a secure data exchange platform for metrology sector. First of all, for these two use cases, inter-laboratory comparisons and proficiency testing, and to combine fully homomorphic encryption, FHE, and blockchain, so that it enables encrypted computations without compromising security. Please, next slide. Yeah, so here is the roughly the workflow, data flow. Maybe is the easiest way is just to follow the green arrow. So from number one, you have your measured data. This measured data is uploaded into our Morph Metro solution, and actually already at that moment, it is something that we changed in the architecture during the project. At that moment, the data is already encrypted on the user's machine. This data in encrypted form is sent to the right side, to the number 6 and 7 in this data flow, to the third-party measured data analysis service. in described use cases, this third party is the laboratory who's coordinating the inter-laboratory comparison or proficiency testing. They are analyzing the data of all participating laboratories and calculating statistical indicators about the accuracy of those laboratories. This accuracy is usually calculated in a form of two statistical parameters indicators. So one is called so-called EN value. The another one is so-called Z-score. It is based on the deviations of measured data and so on. And then, as you can see in numbers 8, 9, and up to 12, the results of analysis are sent back to each laboratory, but those are sent back in encrypted form. So this third party analyzed encrypted input data, output as Z-score or EN value is still encrypted. And then the user, as you can see in steps 12 and 13, decrypts the result and gets the result for his own laboratory. So in that workflow, during the analysis, no data was actually known in its plain text form to the third party. As you can also see, we have here a blockchain, Alastria, and also EPSI blockchain. The idea of using these two blockchain was, in the case of EPSI on the upper left side, is to use EPSI for identifying the users of our system. And the idea of using Alastria is actually to record on Alastria hashes of input and output data so that we can be sure and that everybody can check afterwards that during this data flow, nobody changed the input data or output result. Please, next slide. So regarding the impact, maybe you can go to the next slide where we have the several categories. We have, of course, impact regarding the technology. It enables practical end-to-end computation on encrypted measurement data using FHE without exposing raw or plain text values. And it reduces verifiable integrity and non-repudiation of analysis results through a blockchain recorded hashes of the data. Although, as we said, we have these basis use cases, actually this approach is applicable in various other industries. Next slide. Regarding the economic impact, the idea is to reduce operational compliance costs by eliminating the need to disclose the sensitive data to third-party analysts or platforms. And it could enable new revenue stream through privacy-preserving analytics services. So the idea is that if somebody wants, they can exchange the data as they used to up to now to use it, but maybe they can offer this kind of service, our solution, as premium service. So to say, okay, if you want this extra layer of security, of privacy, we are using FHE, it will cost you something more, but in that case, you can be sure that your data is not disclosed. Please, next slide. And regarding the impacts for society, of course, it strengthens data sovereignty and individual privacy by ensuring sensitive data are never exposed. It increases trust in digital system and cross-organizational collaboration, because at the moment, of course, you can also try to ensure privacy of your data by signing several agreements, NDAs, hope that everybody will stick to the GDPR, but everything is depending on the trust on a human level, which is great and what we should have also. But I think it is a great benefit and step forward if we have in our technological solution also ensured privacy by design. So that we also have this basic layer of security, and of course, human trust is a nice addition on top of it. Please, next slide. This is actually our 3-minute presentation video, so maybe you can just click on it. Can you go back and click on the presentation so it will run, I hope. And hope there will be also
some. Do you want to offer a
sound.
service for data calculation and analysis, but your customers are hesitant to share their data with you? Or perhaps you would like to use a third-party service for data calculation and analysis, but you don't want to share your data with such a service? Homomorphic encryption could be the solution. It has a unique feature that allows mathematical operations to be performed directly on encrypted data. Traditional encryption algorithms, such as AES, RSA, etc., do not offer this capability. However, by using homomorphic encryption, the data analysis service does not have access to the actual values of the input data provided by the data owner, nor to the actual values of the calculation results. This ensures data confidentiality for the data owner and enhances the trustworthiness of the online data analysis service. So what does this mean for you? It means you can now analyze other people's data without ever exposing it to potential threats. Their data remains encrypted throughout the entire process. This is particularly beneficial for industries that handle compassionate information, such as finance and healthcare. In our case, MorphMetro is specialized for interlaboratory comparisons and proficiency testing. Interlaboratory comparisons, ILCs, and proficiency testing, PT, are critical for ensuring quality assurance and consistency in analytical laboratories. They provide an objective means to verify laboratory competence, enable the detection and correction of systematic errors, and ensure that results are comparable across different facilities. MorphMetro is used to calculate z-scores and n-values, which are critical parameters in ILCs and PT, without disclosing the measured values of participating laboratories. This ensures data confidentiality and an unbiased approach. Additionally, by integrating with the Alastria blockchain, MorphMetro ensures that every transaction and data exchange is secure and immutable. This integration provides an additional layer of security and trust. The blockchain backbone bolsters security and enhances trust among stakeholders, ensuring that all parties involved can have confidence in the integrity of the data. We also offer the usage of the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure, EBSI, for secure and EU-wide compliant authentication. It enhances security by providing a trusted and standardized digital identity framework across EU member states. Ready to take the next step in secure data analysis? Discover how MorphMetro can revolutionize your approach to data analysis across various industries that handle highly sensitive information or offer specialized analysis services. Visit our website, morphmetro.eu, for more information and contact us to tailor MorphMetro to your specific needs. Thank you for watching.
Yep. And actually, we came to the end of the presentation, the video. In the second part, you also could see the demo part and interface that we have in our solution at the moment. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's very interesting again. So are there any questions?
Yes, hi. Thank you for the presentation. My question is related to the following. It's well known that homomorphic encryption has a high overhead. Have you identified and what are those limitations that your approach has, and what further development needs to be performed in order to address those?
Yeah, you're completely correct, and this overhead is quite large, and so that means that the homomorphic encryption is not suitable for any, let's call it, real-time applications due to its latency, and it is also not applicable to the high amount of the data which should be analyzed at once. So when I'm presenting and talking about the FHE and our solution, on the one side, I always want to name as example so-called Holy Grail, because this would be the end goal. But again, I'm avoiding to mention it because people get too excited and too optimistic. But the ideal and utopistic solution would be if one day FHE could be applicable for example, LLM models for tools that we are using, like GPT, Claude, you name it, Perplexity, and so on. The idea is that your prompts are actually encrypted locally on your machine, that LLMs are doing their magic in the cloud using your encrypted input. They are calculating their answer, their output, which is still an encrypted form, sending back to you on your machine, and then locally only you have the private keys to decrypt their output. So they actually cannot learn based on your input, and the privacy, your privacy and sensitivity of your question remains preserved. And this is the ultimate idea. But as I said, it is a utopistic holy grail, especially because, of course, in such use case, we are talking about a large amount of data and also complexity of the LLMs, which are not at the moment theoretically are feasible, but technically it makes no sense. And of course, it is also financially not acceptable to do something like so. So because of that, this was also one of the reasons why those two use cases were quite fine for metrology, because these two statistical parameters, z-score and value, maybe you notice the equations in the demo, they're not so quite complicated. We have more or less basic mathematical operations, of course, also some polynomials, but those are not complicated at the level of layered neural networks and so on. So I agree completely. At the moment, we are following the development of FHE. Many groups are working on it to make it more effective, faster, slimmer. But at the moment, we are keeping it realistic. Where is it actually applicable? And what we have done in one project after that, we have also successfully applied FHE to some quite simple, but nevertheless machine learning algorithms. So it doesn't have to be just basic math. It can get a little bit more complicated, but again, not at the level of LLMs or neural networks in general, which have a high number of layers.
Thank you. Any more people from the online? I had a question, like maybe quick.
Can I?
Yes, go on.
Or go ahead first if you want.
I want to ask you about this post-quantum. There are two short questions actually. So about your actual real-world implementations, like how many, what are your plans, and then these post-quantum aspects. So do you think that that would be like an approach also for this new time or new period that is awaiting us? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the implementation at the moment, actually we are offering this service at the level of the pilot within the metrology community, mostly in Croatia, because at the moment there is no so high level regarding the need for the privacy in this industry. But what we have identified is that for example, life sciences, health industry, pharmacy is interested more in such kind of solutions. So at the moment we are adapting the solutions to the need of this kind of industries. And also we have some contacts in the defense industry, which is also interested to have this kind of solution. So these first use cases were a great first step. But regarding the commercial success, we will probably must adapt it to some other industries as well. But again, the basic structure and architecture stays the same. Only the equations are different and analysis is different. And regarding the post-quantum risks, good news is that homomorphic encryption is based on so-called lattice math, which is already used in quantum resilient algorithms. So it is just a nice side effect, and actually I believe a coincidence that FHE uses the algorithms which are quantum resistant. So we don't have to be concerned about it at the moment, at least.
Question from...
I was covered. Thanks.
All right, that's great. So now we go to the next topic then. Do you want? Yes, of course. Yes, yes. We have Gian Paolo.
Hi, Kruno. I can't see your name. Thank you for the presentation. That was very interesting. You might have touched on this, but I thought I would ask for more clarification. I suppose there's a limit to the sort of operations you can do on data that's homomorphically encrypted. which means that a customer might come up to you with a need for specific calculations, specific insights on data. And I'm therefore wondering how your solution could scale up to random general customer computational needs.
Yeah, you're completely right. This is an important question. And as I said, because of this question, in the following project, we went one step further or more than one step by trying the FHE, also more complicated algorithms like machine learning algorithms. But again, at the moment, as far as I know, we cannot claim that FHE is applicable to all algorithms independent of their complexity. FHE is applicable to all basic mathematical operations and whatever is based on those mathematical operations. And actually, everything is based on the four basic operations, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. But if you are having complex algorithms, then of course FHE has a problem with the latency, with the data bloat, and so on. So if we are talking also, as I said, adapting our algorithms to other industries, our first question is always, can you please send us, just as an example, which algorithms, mathematical equations, operations do you use, so that we have a feeling about the complexity of the math that FHE actually should tackle with. So, and we had examples that somebody really expected that we can do analysis at the level of LLM complexity, and we honestly admitted, great idea. We would also like to have it, but at the moment it is practically not feasible. So there is no general scalability to every level of complexity. It is just approach from case to case, from industry to industry, from algorithm to algorithm. It is something that we must take a look at it actually at the beginning of the project.
So, thank you very much. And then we go to the next presentation, and that's Emilia from Tenclave. So, Emilia, the floor is yours.
So, Tenclave, our idea here is to apply programmable cryptography to the energy communities. Sorry, I am sharing my screen.
Yes.
Okay, so the energy communities and the energy sector are struggling to optimize collective energy uses, because of flexibility needs, and because it requires sharing sensitive consumption data, which is often restricted by privacy concerns, and especially in Europe by the GDPR. There is also a lack of trust in data sharing that prevents this efficient energy orchestration. And we believe that blockchain technology and programmable cryptography can create a privacy-preserving environment that allows us to optimize the energy consumption and reward systems without ever exposing the raw data. So we have done this from our rural energy community. You can see here the place that we work. It's here on the left, and on the far side there are the solar panels that conform the energy community with us. Next to us there is a school for small children, and then there are 5 neighbors who are in the energy community. So what we have done is to deploy a service that is comprised of the different Dockerized containers solutions that are modular by design, and they provide a whole trusted enclave in which data can be analyzed and expose the results, but not expose the data. We have also integrated this with our own open source connection to the physical sensors and to the inverters of the solar panels and the batteries. And this allows us to analyze all of this data and then show it in a user interface. We provide three kind of new technology uses. First of all, the zero knowledge proof that are used in this case to verify that the users have met the energy flexibility goals, matching the solar production without revealing the actual consumption levels. Then fully homomorphic encryption, as Metro in the previous presentation. In this case, we use it to optimize a problem of how to discharge the battery. We have access to the data of the battery, but we imagine that we don't have it, or that we didn't want to share it, or the neighbors didn't want to share it among themselves. This allows us to perform the calculation, establish the optimal point of battery discharge, and publish it into blockchain. And last of all, the decentralized layer, we deploy it on the Ethereum Sepolia testnet to provide a transparent and immutable record of results and rewards. So we believe that in our project, we provided a significant leap in terms of how energy can be managed into the future and how these cutting-edge technologies can be combined into a singular modular architecture. We believe that for the zero knowledge proof, we have used CIRCOM, that you may all know, that and enables the real-time verification of energy flexibility targets and the generation of a token due to the rewards. Then this is also the first implementation in the energy sector with THAMA fully homomorphic encryption. This is a high-level cutting-edge technology library that uses fully homomorphic encryption, but integrated with blockchain, so the calculations can be done through a smart contract. This allows for the highest level of security and the highest level of decentralization. In terms of economic results and impact, we have been able to reduce 16% of reduction in the energy costs during peak through the battery management and optimization. We have also lowered the barrier for us going into other projects with programmable cryptography, because we have established this baseline to go into other projects, and we hope that other teams can do it also. And we have also implemented a security token reward system that we believe that has a lot of possibilities into the future for economic rewards. In terms of societal impact, we have almost 90% of the participants find the tool very useful. We have provided through all of the project regular meetings, 3 meetings with the neighbors, and 3 meetings with focus group and specialized team members from other companies. And we have also rewarded the prosumers for aligning with consumption. And we believe that this is very important for the energy transitions, to have people in the center of these rewards. So I will proceed with the live demo of the application, just a quick look into what we have. This is the main dashboard. In here, you can see all of your consumption. In this case, this is the consumption of the TIC, but you have here all of the consumption of the different participants. And in here, you can see with a clear color code, which is your consumption. This is data from February, but if we go, like, for example, into the months, into the summer months, we can see that there is much surplus here in blue. That represents that the energy that you are not consuming into the moment. And this is something that we want to avoid. We want also to avoid the overconsumption, because this is obviously charged by the energy company. Due to this, we have developed this energy consumption distribution that you can see at a glance, for example, in these 2 days, but you can also see it in 1 month, which is your consumption and how you can improve it. Also the consumption analysis for the energy community and the battery discharge systems. Also some extended analytics. This, as an open source tool, can be adopted by energy communities to improve their knowledge of their energy community. In this case, this is the energy dashboard for the zero knowledge proofs and the reward system. Here you can see all the proofs of the zero knowledge proofs that says how much tokens should be rewarded for each member of the energy community due to their consumption. These are only rewarded in cases like this one, for example, that your consumption is very close from the energy provided by the energy community. As such, you are being energy efficient, and as such, you are being rewarded with tokens. In here, we can see a token balance for the month, and you can see who is more energy efficient. And we envision this we have been talking with energy companies, and they see it very interesting to reward the energy community participants in how they can reward, for example, discounts on their bill, or for example, they can be given a percentage of the energy company depending on the rewards at the end of the month. Also, last, this is the fully homomorphic encryption tab. In here, we show the results of the battery consumption. In this case, what we are seeing here are the results of an hourly transaction in Sepolia that recollects what is the level that we should put the batteries. So the battery output, what is the optimal level. This was very beautiful to implement because it's a very new tool, the Thama library. And here we are not only using simple mathematics, but we had to do an optimization problem that you know that can be tricky, but thanks to the problem, because it can be simplified due to the mathematics behind it, and we were able to do it with reasonable computation. So what we are doing here is that for an energy community, at least in Spain, it's the final result of what you are being given in terms of energy is done by the hour. So at every 30 minutes, what we do is to give the result of how much energy you should be outputting by the battery. And as we are in a half of hour, we can output energy and compensate for the last half hour. So we have implemented an algorithm that says what is the optimal energy, and we are seeing now the results because we are still trialing as we are from the Open Code 5, and we are seeing that we are getting these good results. And in terms of scalability, we are surprised that we can do this almost in real time, because as the previous presentation of Metro said, with fully homomorphic encryption, is very difficult to work on real time due to the overhead in calculations. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have 2 questions.
Hi, Emilio. It would seem again that homomorphic encryption can do wonders, is marvelous, can solve all sorts of issues, all sorts of the issues that you encountered and you wanted to face. But have you looked, or is it interesting for you to look at how to push the boundaries of this technique? Have you actually looked at the cryptographic, engines and instruments behind it, and possibly on how to enhance them?
No, actually, it's a really good question, because obviously fully homomorphic encryption has its limits, and we have decided to concentrate on the application side, not on the protocols, and we tend to use what is most advanced and most available. In this case, we used Thama because it was the most advanced in terms of decentralization, and I think it was a good point because they were launching in September. Good thing, and obviously this is not fully homomorphic encryption is not applicable to all sectors. That's why we precisely chose the energy sector, because it has reliable formats of data. They are basically numbers of consumption always, and you can do, I think, important things without too much data. And because obviously the data, as I mentioned in the presentation, the data from energy consumption is privacy preserved. So we chose the more fertile ground for application because we know of the limitations. But we believe that it's important in these earlier stages of the technology that there is people obviously working on the protocol side, but also in the application side to gather some real world results. I don't know if that has answered your question.
Yes. Hello, Emilio. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask you, first of all, I want to say that your presentation is proof to those that say that without violating user privacy, with the smart meters technology and with monitoring energy consumption, we cannot do, flexibility management without violating user privacy. And you proved that we can actually do flexibility management without violating user privacy. And the solution also used some pretty nice methods combining innovative technologies like zero-knowledge proofs and fully homomorphic encryption. I have a technical question for you, and then one for Kruno. I hope that he's still with us. Okay, since we are using fully homomorphic encryption and we are working on encrypted data, what's the purpose of the TE? The trusted enclave?
Because in this case, it works a little different with the zero-knowledge proof and the fully homomorphic encryption. In the case of zero-knowledge proof, the trusted enclave means that we can put together the data in one single architecture, and then the data doesn't have to leave that architecture and doesn't have to be persistent on that architecture. We have done the architecture such as the data is never stored there. So you can give access to this open source solution that you can deploy yourself over on top of your data, and then you can trust it because you are not leaving the data to anyone else. And then you leave the zero-knowledge proof on the blockchain, and that's it. You can even change providers or do a different way. Then, in the case of fully homomorphic encryption, in this case, what we are providing is just the capacity to encrypt your data and send it to the blockchain, and then all of the data is done, all of the operations is done there. So it's a trusted enclave in the sense that you gather, you encrypt, you send, but there is no persistent on any other systems. And again, you can deploy it on top of your metering infrastructure, and then you can optimize the battery discharge, and then you can forget about it.
Yeah, in our case of Morph Metro, we didn't use this.
Actually, I wanted to really specifically ask you about something. So, how does your solution compare to the library that has been used by Tenclave?
We have used now. I'm not sure about the technical reason for choosing different libraries. We also based it on the Zama, but we used their Taurus library. It was also based on the decision that which kind of data we have worked, and problem is also that we had some issues with conducting on FHE mathematical operation of division, which was only estimated, but which was part of our solution. We didn't done something new. It is already proven method. But regarding the library, we use, as I said, a Torus library. But I'm not sure which kind of comparison you are asking about.
Yeah, I think that, Bruno, if I'm not mistaken, the library that we are using has been released in September, and it basically combines the use of the Thama methods. They have bundled it into a coprocessors, they call it, and they trigger everything from smart contracts. So I believe that we have used a more packaged service in terms of the blockchain integration, because it was available, and you have developed yourselves, as I understand it, the relationship with blockchain.
Yeah, we didn't use the whole blockchain integrated solution because as far as I know, Zama is also mostly focused on the usage of FHE in combination with blockchain, but we used it independent of the blockchain. So our part of blockchain solution is independent of the Zama library. So I think this is the main difference. You already use this integrated version, which of course made more sense for your use case.
This clarification, I think that it was very useful for everyone that is watching this to really clarify the differences in these solutions, which are definitely using related technologies. So thank you very much both. I don't know if we have any other question. Maybe from the, yes, there is one question. I think one hand is raised.
Hello. So my name is Venemin. I'm from City University of London and also a part of the TrustChain team. And the energy, so I like this project because this was the topic for my PhD. And the last chapter I did was about application of differential privacy to enhance the privacy of the data of the smart meters, actually, the households. So I'm interested, what do you think about these two technologies, especially homomorphic encryption and differential privacy? Which one is better, and what do you see the future is actually? Because differential privacy is super efficient, like very fast. It gives you some window for error, but it's okay. So I just want to ask you, what do you think?
I'm sorry, but I don't have the knowledge of differential cryptography to assure you the differences. If you could
Okay.
give a little.
Yeah, I can give you quickly the small description. So like you have some energy consumption levels that you are submitting from smart meters to, let's say, centralized system or cloud. And instead of encrypting these values, you add in some noise. So it may be higher values or lower values. Yes, but you do it not just random noise. It's called differential privacy. It's like a controlled noise. So it controls the probabilities. So yeah, I'm just wondering, since it's very efficient and very widely used, what is the advantage of homomorphic encryption over this technology?
Well, with my little knowledge, as I understand, homomorphic encryption could give you better results in terms of accuracy and calculations, especially for money-related things that at the end energy it is. What we are seeing and what we saw with the experts, it's that there is a lot of interest in two parts regarding our project. And one part that we did in the project that I didn't mention in the presentation was to define with these experts 10 use cases for the energy sector and programmable cryptography that I think it's a good exercise to give kind of the path forward to the project. And they were mainly centered around two things. First of all, with the technology proofs to orchestrate peer-to-peer energy trading. So there you need as much precision as possible. And then there were several cases of optimization of data and orchestration of how much energy, for example, do I give in charging different EV chargers in an office with high density, in an area with high density office buildings, when all of us will have EV charging cars. And for that things, I believe that these technologies can be relied with a lot of with more statistical accuracy.
Okay, if I may also say something, this is Thanasis. Benjamin. I mean, this depends on the application, because in the differential privacy, you get the data with some noise, while in the fully homomorphic encryption, you get the data on the accurate form but encrypted. So the thing is that if you want to do flexibility management so that you give individual incentives to the several people that are participating in the flexibility product, then in the energy flexibility, for those that are familiar with this, you need very good accuracy of what each user is contributing to the flexibility product, so that you give them back some rewards. You cannot do that with the noise. I mean, because it's going to be very approximate and the users are not going to be happy. On the other hand, fully homomorphic encryption is better and could be even more efficient when you need, differential privacy is better and more efficient when you need aggregate results on a community of users. So if you want to know what's the, let's say, the consumption, the hourly consumption of an energy community, and you get the individual measurements from the users, you can easily extract the noise at the aggregate level, and you get the accurate result with differential privacy. So that's the thing. I mean, at the individual level, you have the noise, but at the aggregate, you don't have any noise. I mean, it cancels out. But not all problems can be dealt with at the aggregate. That's the thing.
Yeah, thank you for the answer.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think this was a very interesting conversation and session.
Hello, everybody. So we are ready to continue with our sessions. And now we are at the session on interoperability, which is how do we address these kind of questions. It's a full session, so questions at the end of the session. So Alejandro Chico Gonzalez, MS3, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Well, my name is Alejandro Chico, and I'm business developer at Change the Block. Today, I'd like to speak about N3S, a solution designed to simplify and accelerate integrations between Web 2 and Web 3 frameworks. Next slide, please. Okay, so right now, integrating blockchain is not simple. Developers use many tools and different service providers that often don't work very well together. This makes projects slow, complex, and expensive. So we wanted to make this process easier and more efficient. So in the next slide, we can see that's why we built N3S. It's a modular and open source framework that lets you connect and reuse different Web3 tools. It helps teams save time, reduce errors, and speed up development. All this while keeping security and scalability in mind. Okay, the next slide. Okay, we can see the comparison. Okay, when we compare N3S with other blockchain platforms, most of them are closed or focused on one specific framework. Our solution is different. N3S is open, flexible, and community-driven. What does it mean? It means that each developer can add new adapters and help the platform grow together. Okay, in the next slide, we can see N3S is made by three main modules. These modules has a growing list of adapters, such as Web3, Li-Fi, or Ethers. These modules work together through a shared protocol layer, which makes integrations secure and consistent. In short, it's like one centralized system that connects them all. For example, you can imagine M3S as a kind of manager. Like the manager takes care of things like accounting, taxes, or payroll, and 3S manages all your blockchain adapters. Again, in short, it hides all the complex work behind the scenes so developers can focus on building and innovating. Okay, for last, in the next slide, we can speak about our implementation phase. We have a 4 clear steps process. Okay, in the first step, we have the registration stage. Here, we register each adapter with its details. Then, in the discovery phase, we find what's compatible in the environment. Third phase is validation phase. Here, we check everything is correct. And for last, in the creation and proxy phase, we will build the adapter and make sure it runs smoothly. This process keeps integrations stable and consistent. Okay, we can see in the last slide. Okay, if you want to have more info or know more, please next slide. Thank you. Okay, you can visit n3s.changetheblog.com. Okay, and there you can read our documentation, try your demo, or even collaborate with our team. For the demo, okay, I'm going to introduce you my partner, Gunnar Andersen, who is the technical person and for sure the one who can explain you better the technical stuff. So thank you so much.
Okay, everyone. Hello. Hope you're doing fine. First off, I would like to ask if I can share the demo myself, as it will be faster and much more fluid to actually do it this way. Is it that possible?
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So, all right. So here is the demo itself. So basically, to clarify, this demonstration is built using the solution itself, but it's not the solution itself. So the solution is what's been used behind to actually build this. This will be much more interesting actually if we could see the code and you could like see why it's a nice idea. Because, for instance, you can connect to different wallets here, a private key wallet or a social login using different underlying technologies for that or providers. So, but the code is not written twice for this matter. So you only change the configuration. So that's the power of the whole idea. So I will use Web3, which is one of the providers for this, that allows us to create a wallet using an email account. So I'll just do this fast. And yeah, well, the demo is quite big. I encourage you all to come in here and just try it and just play with this and see what you will be able to build with the solution itself as an end product. And yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of things that you can do. You can sign transactions, you could sign messages. We could like sign a message here and we can see here the outcome from the blockchain signature. We can verify a signature. If I delete something, the signature is not valid anymore. And there's a lot of things here we can do. We can do type data signatures as well, which have this more structured kind of data, right? We can switch around networks as well. I have several networks here and see different information on the current wallet we have connected. Then with this very same wallet, we have another part of our solution, which is based on a smart contract solution. So as you can see here, you have several straightforward basic token types that you can actually build smart contracts for. You can actually select different optional features that you might be interested on having on your smart contract. And this will give you the code for this smart contract, which you can actually edit yourself and add custom features that you might need. Then you can compile it here. all of this is done by the solution as well. It can it will return you the code for the smart contract, will allow you to compile the code, and once you have the code compiled, you can see here the outcome of the compilation. You can deploy it as well. We could use our own address as the owner of the contract, and once it's deployed, you will see here that you can also interact with all the features of the contract. See, it's deployed now, so we can here call the read functions and the write methods as well. So I can check, for instance, I don't know, we could check if the name of the contract, right? And it's my contract because I didn't put any name, but that's the template name. And we could mint, or we could do write methods as well. And then for the last part, we also have a cross-chain solution, which is related to the interoperability part. So this is as well one of the providers we have already implemented, but the idea is that you can implement different providers for swapping or bridging between networks, and you can actually use any provider that you want without having to rewrite the implementation code. I won't be doing this example as well, because I need like a some real asset, like perhaps some Polygon or something, because there's no testnet swapping, let's say, right? Doesn't have support for testnet operations. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And thank you for your time, and let's hear your questions.
So thank you very much. As Vlado mentioned, we will proceed with the questions at the end of this session, which means that we will move to the next team. That is WB3C. Giampiero, the floor is yours. Can you hear us?
Yeah, hi Mia. Good morning, everyone. You can see me?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you able sharing to the presentation? Or I'm doing myself?
So we are sharing the presentation. It's live. Can you see
okay.
it?
I can do myself. Okay.
No, we are sharing the presentation. Can you see it?
Okay. Okay. Today I present Workspace Bridge blockchain credential that is born for skills and job credential into verifiable, portable, privacy-preserving digital assets, building trust in the future of work. The context that we analyze that at nowadays lack trust, transparency, and verifiability of skill credential that today are missing across border platform, especially in digital labor market that is increasingly global, remote, and skill driven. We have target different problem from workers and HR officer side. Hearing process still rely on resume, self-declared skills and fragmented data. Skill and credential are fragmented across platform and blockchain, different blockchain. Workers lack control over how to prove qualification across border. Recruiter and HR officer face inefficient and costly manual verification. Existing DLT solution lack privacy preserving and data sharing. How Workspace Bridge blockchain credential solve this problem? Has cross-chain infrastructure for verifiable job and skill credential. Workspace allow that credential issued as soulbound NFT and verifiable credential built on self-sovereign identity principle are issued on Algorand that is native blockchain and verified and replicated across Ethereum, Polygon, and soon other distributed ledger technology. Oracle and Bridge guarantees integrity and trust and privacy preserved by DID. Zero knowledge proof guarantee privacy and selective disclosure. The key components are NFT-based credential, Oracle and Bridge services, decentralized identifiers, smart contract and EPFS metadata, and GDPR and ADAS aligned architecture. Our impact was based on one principle: distinct digital act sustainable. technology impact is based from static resume to dynamic verifiable digital identity that enable platform from silos to interoperable trust infrastructure. First, cross-chain credential verification for HR and skill, NFT as tamper-proof job credential, integration of SSI, zero knowledge proof, Oracle and Bridge, and modular open source architecture, fully aligned with V3C verifiable credential, ISO TC 307 standard, ADAS 2 framework, regulation, GDPR, AI Act, and NIS2. The different impact is on economic and data based on different approach for the users and workers as able to monetize their credential and as able to share credential in the privacy mode for stakeholders like HR officer and recruiters will be to reduce costly and time of the hearing process. For the community is to build an internet of career based on trustness, fairness, and credentials that are sharing also across chain. Environment impact is based on the paperless, is based on fairer, more transparent labor market, reduced bias in hearing process, inclusion of cross-border and non-traditional profile. Also that we align with the new generation internet and European values like human-centric internet, digital rights, data sovereignty, trust, privacy, and accountability. For this reason, we try and we to open our Web3 community to a new internet of career based on trust, in which communities will be based on issuer like vet center, company, corporate, academy that will be used our system to issue, manage and verify skills and job verifiable credentials. Thank you very much by Workspace Bridge Blockchain Credential team. If you want to share the video.
Yes, thank you. Just give us a moment. We'll be sharing your demo.
Welcome, we are Mediterranean Lab 4.0, a blockchain company developing dApps for HR tech industry. We tokenize the talent by soul-bound NFTs, with WB3C also cross-chain. WB3C has been created to solve HR issues in the hiring talents process like credential validity, long time evaluation process, and lack of privacy and security. Reducing time for credential verifying cross-chain included verified identities and increasing privacy and trust between stakeholders by zero knowledge proof. Meet WB3C, a cross-chain credentialing layer for the Web3. It transforms skills into verifiable NFTs crafted with genuine user needs, putting the worker at the center of the Society 5.0. WB3C bridges chains like Ethereum and Polygon, ensuring your verifiable credentials are universally acknowledged. From day one, WB3C was co-designed with community by using surveys, interviews, and the Miro board. We mapped user feedback to key features in UI, like selective data sharing and credential portability. For HR teams and hiring platforms, WB3C enables smarter decisions, reduces fraud, and unlocks access to global borderless talent. For workers, it means owning your proof, no matter where you work, what chain you build on, or who you collaborate with. Adding credentials is a breeze. Simply insert hash transaction of credential holder and open badge 3.0 URL, for example, an AI course credential stored in the holder wallet on Issuer dApp. Add this information to the dashboard to view key details: credential type, event name, credential ID, NFT metadata, wallet addresses of issuer and receiver. Choose your preferred verification chain, ensuring full metadata integrity. Your credentials come with all metadatas and embedded rights by Open Badge 3.0. Select the target chain for verification. You'll see full metadata, including verified identities of issuer and holder, course microcredentials, timestamp of the native chain, any rewards or rights granted by the issuer, e.g. discount codes. After entering your email and payment details via Stripe, you'll get a confirmation link. By clicking on the link received in dashboard, you will get access to all the transaction details and to the credentials NFT on the destination chain, complete with original Open Badge. Zero-knowledge proofs empower you both to control data sharing with voluntary disclosure and to prove authenticity with interoperability across chains. WB3C proofs your skills cross-chain, preserving your privacy and amplifying your professional presence. Designed for you, by you, and made possible by TrustChain. Visit trustchain.ngi.eu/WB3C. Build with us the new Internet of Career on Web3.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
So we will proceed with the next presentation by Nick from NXCC. Nick, can you hear us?
I can, yes. Good afternoon.
Perfect. The floor is yours.
Thanks. So this is NXCC, or Nano Cross-Chain Communication, which we call GLUE for Web3. This is a Layer 8 project. Next slide, please. The problem that we're trying to solve is bridges. So bridges are trusted, insecure, they come with very high costs, high latency, and for the most part, bridges are only point-to-point. So NXCC sets out to solve the bridging problem using trust. So trust is the most convenient force in the universe. It allows things to proceed with minimal verification. But how do we get trust? So in a traditional context, usually trust is acquired through crypto economic security, complex protocols, and these are where high cost latency they come from. So the core NXCC design is to pick up trust where it exists. And in our case, we add trusted execution environment to increase the trust posture of our system. Next slide, please. Or actually, 2 slides. So this is the high-level overview. I'll go into more detail on this in the subsequent slides. The overall architecture is such that we do fast single-node bridging after doing replicated authentication of a single node. So we use capabilities. It's a capability-based system that are transferred from other nodes in the network to a new node in order to allow it to do fast single-node execution by taking this capability, usually a secret, signing some message with it, and sending it to the destination chain. So this works with trusted execution environments, but also others. Next slide, please. This is a high-level overview, but the general idea is first, you set your policy as an NFT on a blockchain that is the root of trust. Then when a new node joins the network, it will request its secret that it's for its identity from other nodes that already have it, and if it doesn't, it will generate its own, finally reconstructing the secret, in which case it gains that capability and the capability to act as though it is a node possessing that identity, and then other contracts can be configured to support this. Next slide, please. And then this enables fast single node bridging. Next slide, please. Okay, so the consequences of fast single node bridging are that it's effectively free compared to a incumbent bridge, and the trust posture is very high because users can choose what VMs and trust to use. So we actually have support for Workerd, Cloudflare, and Zenroom, which is an NGI Azure project. Next, please. And in terms of our economic traction, so we have an infrastructure as a service model that we are currently exploiting, and I'm actually quite excited about a collaboration with a UC Berkeley affiliated research group, which we are exploring decentralized agentic AI rollouts, where NXCC provides the connections between different agentic AI scenarios using the policy model. Next slide, please. And then in terms of broader society, NXCC has strong support for the EIDAS and UD Wallet by providing strong execution environments in the cloud. So for example, people who don't have TE on their devices. And it's very cheap. Thank you. So the demo, yes, the demo is there. So thank you for your time, and my gratitude to the coaches and the TrustChain staff, without whom this project would not have reached its current state.
Web3 is exploding with new L2s and app chains, creating incredible opportunities. But this growth...
The different video. This is the product video, which is fine to show, but actually the demo video for like the infrastructure as a service offering is actually if you go to studio.nxc.org, not a link, unfortunately, and then you click the link at the very top of that web page, you'll just go to the demo video, the actual demo video. Start with that. Welcome to the NXCC Studio, the all-in-one development environment for NXCC interoperability projects. In this demo, we will jump straight to the most exciting project, which is the identity wallet, in which a worker will derive its own autonomous crypto wallet using the secret provisioned to it by other nodes in the network, in this case as the Ethereum signer. First, we will create an identity on the source chain. We only need it on one chain, and this is our identity. Then we'll deploy the policy and set it on this identity. It's a simple policy, but it could be expanded if you wanted. Next, we will deploy the worker, and it will take a little while because it needs to contact other nodes in the network to see if they have the identity secret. They don't, so it will create its own. And then we can go to the runtime. So we can see what's in this node's wallet, which is nothing, but here is its unique address that it derived from its identity secret. So we will fund the worker wallet on the source chain. There we see it has one balance, and we'll fund it on the destination chain so that it can move funds back and forth. Then we can send a transfer event because it's listening for transfer events. And we can send to itself amount ETH 0.01 and then chain ID, and we'll set it to 31338 as the destination chain. So we send this, it will then execute that transaction on the destination chain. And then all of this happened within the context of what would be a trusted execution environment if the node were configured to be a trusted execution environment. In this case, it is not for efficiency. Okay, so that's the NXCC platform and studio for you. I hope that if you want to give it a try, you'll head to studio.nxcc.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. So now we will move to the last presentation of this session, which is from Multipass. Savas, are you here?
Hello, good afternoon. I can hear you very low. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can
So
hear you.
my name is Savas Argyropoulos. I'm the CEO and founder of Streamall, and I will be presenting Multipass, multi-chain product passports. Next slide, please. So the problem addressed, previous slide, please. Yes, here. So the problem addressed by Multipass is the complexity and fragmentation in supply chains. Next slide. So in manufacturing, there are typically different roles in the ecosystem. The product originates from the owner or the creator in the manufacturing place, and then there is a distributor and ultimately a consumer, and there might also be a recycling back to the owner or the creator. Next slide, please. Then the problem in these supply chains is that there are multiple stakeholders. Each of them uses their own language. And of course, they all use different storage systems. So they may use cloud storage systems or a multi-ledger storage system. Next slide, please. So the challenge in Multipass was to bring together fragmented product data in a secure and semantically interoperable way. So our technology, the next slide, relies on three main pillars. First, we have a trust framework, and then we have a semantics interoperability framework, and then we have a middleware for the DPP storage providers. Next slide, please. So the first pillar on trust framework builds on top of OpenAI and is used for user authentication. Then based on that, we create a relationship-based access control system for user authentication. So the manufacturer can assign roles using this management system based on trust. Next slide, please. Then for the semantics interoperability, which we have adapted for the welding digital product passport use case, we use standardized methods such as the JavaScript object notation for linked data, the JSON LD. Next slide, please. And then we, as a last framework, we have developed this API for reading data from various storage locations and verifying it using trust anchors. So the purpose of this API is to retrieve data, to retrieve the anchor and verify the data so that all stakeholders can have an interoperable way to access the data and verify the data. Next slide, please. So using multipass, we can enable the control and trust in the ecosystem. So manufacturers have always control which organization can provide information about their products. The organizations always control which users provide information about the product. And then the user-related information is never shared so that we can have some, we can address privacy issues. And then using the update framework, the product information is secure even if its infrastructure is compromised. Next slide, please. Now regarding the impact of multipass. So firstly, multipass is aligned with the TrustChain vision for next generation internet protocols and decentralized software solutions. Then we avoid vendor lock-in, and then we focus on interoperability, decentralization, data sovereignty, and data security. And of course, the approach is aligned with the EU efforts on regulation on data sharing infrastructure. Next slide, please. And then we can check on the demo. I don't know if you have the link for the demo there. No? It should be in the previous slide then. Can you check the previous slide now? Okay, yeah, this is it.
StreamOwl introduces MultiPass, a novel solution for multi-chain digital product passports. MultiPass has been supported by the European Commission and the Project NGI TrustChain. Digital product passports are receiving widespread attention as a part of EU's eco-design for sustainable products regulation. A DPP includes data on a product's materials, manufacturing process, and use, aiming to provide a record of its life cycle for increased transparency. A DPP allows circulation of products along the value chain, provides accountability, fosters collaboration, promotes data transparency, and enables tracking of product changes during its life cycle. Managing data associated with a digital product passport is not trivial. Let's see the challenges through a realistic supply chain. A manufacturer creates a new product and records information in its internal database. The product is then purchased by a warehouse, which adds logistics data into its cloud system. When the warehouse sells the product to a customer, the product's life cycle continues. Later, if the customer sends the product for repair, the repair shop may contribute new information, storing it locally on its computer. Ultimately, data is scattered in many places. MultiPass enables consolidation of data in a secure, semantics interoperable way. Enterprise users interact with MultiPass through a portal using the user management system of their company. Relationship-based access control policies define which products can be modified by a user. Information about products is stored in a secure repository protected by the update framework, providing resilience against sophisticated attacks. Any entity can then access information that is stored in a public cloud or IPFs and verify it using digital signatures and trust anchors stored in a blockchain or a transparency registry. MultiPass. A secure, interoperable, trustworthy, extensible, and easily integratable solution for digital product passports.
Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Savas. So now we will proceed to the questions. Any questions from the audience for our teams? Okay, let me just check. Do we have some questions online?
Maybe if I can, Diana.
Please go ahead, Caroline.
I was wondering, for all this solution that has been presented in this session, where do we stand in terms of deployment and accessibility on the market? So it's a question for all the team that have presented there.
Hello, Caroline. This is Savas. We are collaborating with TWI, the Welding Institute in the UK, and as I mentioned in my presentation, we have adapted our framework, especially in the semantics interoperability pillar for the welding digital product passport use case. So we have deployed the first prototype in collaboration with TWI, and we are also rolling out other deployments in other sectors. So the first feedback is quite positive, and it seems to provide essential features for the ecosystem, especially in terms of the interoperability with regards to the distributed storage systems.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Any other answer from the other project?
Hi, thanks for the question. So NXCC is able to be used by the public now at studio.nxcc.org. We're currently building out the infrastructure as a service offering. I'm most excited by the work that we did in pilot, which is deployed to about 50,000 wallets, and the ongoing collaboration with this UC Berkeley research group, which I think will take NXCC to its next level. So yeah, so I think that it's definitely reached a relatively mature stage of development. I'm excited for the next steps.
Thank you. From the Web3C?
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. Yeah, we try to spread the opportunity for cross-chain credentialing, enhancing the portability of this credential also for other issuers, launching a partner program for other issuers like us for skills and job credential. But we try also to transfer this solution to different sectors like health or other sector, because the cross-chain credential it's a tool used for specific aim like HR in this case, but it's possible to transfer also different sector, because verifiable credential, not only skills and job, but generally are possible to transfer cross-chain by our tool.
Thank you. And I think we missed one project. Am I correct?
Yeah, in our case, MS3, we have already deployed the packages as NPM installables, and there's also a repository on the TrustChain GitHub repo where everyone can collaborate. The whole idea of our solution is actually that it has this the installables, and there's a community-driven ever-growing solution behind it. That's the whole idea of it. So anyone that has some preference on some solutions they are using now for either wallets, smart contracts, or cross-chain solutions, they can integrate that into these installables. So the next time they use them, they can use them through these installables. And if they ever want to swap to another solution, it will be straightforward. So we have that already, both of those two things going on, so anyone can collaborate or can just install the npm packages and use them.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you very much to all. This has been an interesting session.
Okay. So welcome back, everyone. This is Thanasis Papaioannou from NKUA. We are going to have 2 sessions together, one on economics and one on democracy. So when we procured the OC3 on economics and democracy mechanisms, we had procured several interesting topics like supply chains, economics for data sharing, tokenization mechanisms for physical assets, and for also, digital assets exchange. But eventually, what we anticipated from the projects was that they went really beyond what we had originally in mind, and they invented some nice solutions for problems that we originally didn't even anticipate. And we have 3 of these projects with us today that are quite good ones and representative. We have Trip Animal Agri that we're dealing with very, let's say, strange solution for helping helping, let's say, verify the authenticity of agricultural products, but at the same time provide also incentives to people to crowdsource the verification process. And this was kind of really innovative, even as a problem and as a solution. The other one, really kind of strange project, but eventually really useful, is the Sparkit, where you have the problem that you have an original idea, and you don't want to share this idea with anybody else, but still you need some help. You need some consulting from some people, so you have to share the idea with them so that you get the consulting. How do you do that in a privacy-aware manner without losing the idea away and somebody steals the idea and implements the idea himself? So that is about it, and of course much more. This is Sparkit and the Oathbond project that was about, let's say, democratization of being able to participate in bidding, or let's say democratizing bidding processes and simplifying the procedure so that authentic bidding can be done. I mean, the authenticity of the users is guaranteed, and also the process of bidding and all this paperwork and the procedures are simplified for the normal people to participate, and companies, of course, to participate in bidding for bonds. So let's see the first presentation. I welcome on floor Denitsa, Georgieva, and Maria Kioseva. I don't know about the pronunciation, so welcome. We have them here with us, and we are eager to hear you. Thanks.
So, hello everyone. Hi everyone, I'm Denitsa.
I'm Maria.
And we're here to present our project, Trip Animal Agri, tokenomics for agritourism. So we conducted our user research and pilots in the city plateau in Crete, Greece. Agritourism is still seen as slow, old, and low-tech. The city is the perfect game map. It is the birthplace of Zeus. It has heritage dating back to the Minoans. The whole plateau is stone villages, small green farms, and goats. Yet, what tourists encounter is low digital infrastructure and very few ways to bring value to the local community.
And so, to do the city justice,
and gamify agritourism, we devised our solution, Tripanimo Agri, which is a system of apps with a common token. Now, on it, tourists can earn tokens by verifying green practices by farms, but also by playing quests, which are heritage and regional themed. They can redeem their tokens against offers from local businesses. Local businesses can gain the footfall, but also get the chance to tell their stories. We also have the quest setup, which is about regions doing their best to show the region in a good light. We have developed over 30 modules. As you can imagine, being gamified, we have an AR module and quest modules, story stickers, all that kind of stuff. But we're most proud of, Solana. We're using, for tokens, we're using Solana, which is one of the most cost-effective and energy-efficient platforms out there. So we're most proud of building a human-centric system for decentralized agritourism, and where we have a modular open-source AR system. We have in addition to object detection on device, we have an Oracle, which is also very special, and we have a custom Solana relay and self-healing nonce pool, and reusable wallet system, reusable quest system.
So Tripanimo Agri creates a circular token economy supporting local businesses. Tourists and businesses interact via our token. We create new revenue channels for small sustainable farms, and we provide low-cost digital infrastructure for SMEs and regions. We create sustainable engagement with people, places, and practices. We incentivize sustainable behavior through verification. We create deeper engagement with the local community, local place, and agritourism. So Tripanimo Agri stands for community-driven experiences strengthening rural visibility.
So when we're talking about the game, you want to show me the game, right? Before we show you the game, we want to thank everybody at NGI TrustChain, especially our coach, Veniamin Boyarkin, and Ana de la Rubia. And so if you could play the video, yes, this one.
Tokenomics for agritourism. Trip Animal Agri is a system of mobile apps with a common token. On it, tourists interact with the location through phone camera and earn tokens. Businesses accept and redeem tokens through locally meaningful offers. Quest setters create quests and allocate tokens for quest completion. Trip Animal Agri's modular architecture allows for region-based deployment and thematic reuse. It uses Solana, one of the most energy-efficient and cost-effective blockchain platforms. Stickers are real-world interactions involving sticker discovery and collection. The core engines and functional modules involved are object detection and sticker manager. Interaction with green practices includes real-time detection, verification, and wallet update. The verification chain involves the camera, Oracle Validator client, Solana bridge, and wallet. Stories include finding an anchor or a sticker in the environment and viewing content created by a business or a quest setter. Quests are multi-step narrative-driven experiences involving locating anchors, interactions, and mini-games. The quest engine combines a step-based progression model and anchor-bound tasks and AR triggers. Multiplayer progress is kept in Firestore. Trip Animal Agri piloted in Lasithi Plateau in Crete, Greece, famous for being the birthplace of Zeus and its 10,000 windmills. Lasithi is the destination for hiking, authentic hospitality, and real food. Trip Animal Agri conducted user research, pilots, and validation with tourists, farms, and businesses in Lasithi. The business offers used during the validation included 3 for 2 jams by Basilicata Farm, free dessert by Taverna Caritas, small fridge magnet by windmills.gr. Trip Animal Agri's core team are 4 women from Bulgaria, Ireland, and Greece.
Cool, huh?
Thank you very much. So, do we have any questions? Yes. Have to go there, right? So, let's thank the speakers. And I think that we have a couple of minutes for some questions, if you have. I think that it's quite interesting application, and of course they couldn't present all the details of what is exactly happening. The opportunities that I saw there are limitless. I mean, you can create quests for several things. What kind of quests have you actually created already?
Already we have one that is based on Zeus. Zeus was born there, and in this quest he has lost his goat. And so you go around and ask about the goat. In the end you find it, but you need to verify a couple of things first. The other one is about the Vienna airport, which is also very fun. I hope you being Greek approve of the borrowing the Greek culture. Borrowing the Greek culture for the...
Yeah, of course. Okay, these quests that you have created are related all to, let's say, touristic purposes. But I had in mind, when I was seeing your application, quests that could be related to, I mean, for example, there is a claim from some local producers that they have extra virgin oil produced with sustainable practices, and that they come from, let's say, that they have organic oil, let's say, no fertilizers, no, let's say, chemicals and stuff like that. So I was thinking that a quest could be created, and I don't know if you plan to do something like that, that you could send tourists to these places using this quest, providing them with some incentive to do that, and they verify if what they see in terms of practices, because this, in order to do that, such a process, you have to utilize tourists for many months of the year, so that you can really verify the cultivation practices, and then you really provide a certificate, let's say, or let's say a guarantee, a verification that this was authentic and organic oil, something like that.
Yes, that is exactly what we had in mind, exactly what we built it for. But it being winter, we had limited opportunity to farm the actual practices, because
yes, the pilot cannot last that long, so that you can verify the whole.
But with our partner Basilicata, we're planning exactly that, and an organic oil producer is also joining next summer.
Perfect. So this is also the exploitation plan.
Yes.
Good. Thank you. So any other question from the audience, maybe, or from online?
Yes, if I may, Thanasis.
Please.
I would like to understand how you equipped the farmer first, so that then you have a multiplication of let's say, tourists that get this app, and if you have seen already some impact on the activity of the farmer.
The farm we're working with is the perfect farm. It's organic and it has certificates, it has tourists and so on. But still, we have seen some impact on their labeling and on the way they present themselves in the story. Yes, maybe time to mention Aliki and Ioana Delina, who are the main people behind that farm. Yeah, I think the impact we have seen is that they just want to provide more visibility to the practices they already use.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you very much. So, thank you again. And now let's welcome Andrian Alexandrescu from the Sparkit project. We also have him, we have the pleasure to have him on site, traveling all the way from Romania. So please, get the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you to all the mentors, especially Thanasis, for all the help. So the idea for this project basically started when we were working on another project, and we had all the technical know-how, but we lacked the business part, and we were trying to find some mentors and some people from industry to help us with the business aspect. So that's why we thought of creating a platform that helps innovators to get in touch with potential mentors to bring their idea forward. So the project is entitled Sparkit, Igniting Innovation with Trust, Collaboration, and Expert Mentorship. The context and the problem to be solved, like I've said, the challenge is regarding fragmented innovation ecosystems with poor connections between academia, lack of secure and transparent and accessible platforms for innovation. Another problem is if you have an idea and you tell and explain that idea to somebody, they might try to steal the information and create their own product. So we wanted to develop a way to kind of make sure that the intellectual property is protected. Also, we added reward mechanisms for both innovators and mentors, and I will explain in a few minutes that. And we also have, through blockchain, a verifiable record of the progress of the collaboration. So the technical solution, like I've said, it's an open source platform that connects innovators, researchers, and creators with experts, offering mentorship and secure and transparent protection for intellectual property. This is the architecture. So it's a pretty complex one with a lot of modules. We used Hyperledger Besu blockchain deployment at our university, and also an IPFS deployment. And the whole solution is deployed on our own OpenStack cloud. We have components that are related to the tokenomics part. So basically how this whole flow works is the innovator creates a business project in our platform. And the gimmick is that the information described in that business project through a business model canvas is known only to the innovator. So not even our platform has access to that private information. Afterwards, basically the innovator creates a proposal for collaboration through which he finds mentors. And only after an agreement is made between the innovator and the mentor, only then the mentorship process can go through. Another interesting aspect is that we use an escrow account. So the innovator will have to pay the mentor, but that sum of Spark coins, which is our coin, that sum goes to an escrow account, and only after the collaboration is completed, only then most of the funds get transferred to the mentor. So we have the innovation and mentoring reputation score. This converts to another type of token, which is a reward token, which can bring up some advantages through using the platform. And also, like I've said, we have our own coin, which is called Spark coin. And lastly, another interesting thing is that we have a bridge component. So basically, we can convert USDT, the USD Tether, coin from the Ethereum blockchain to USDT in our blockchain, and from this one to Spark coins. We have like a conversion interface for this. Regarding the impact, the technological impact, so we have decentralized trust, because we designed it to be like trust by design in style. We have the IP protection, AI-driven matchmaking. We have an AI module that associates the proposal for collaboration of the innovator with the appropriate experts. Tokenomics model and the modular Web3 architecture. Some of the modules, especially all that logic that uses, that saves encrypted information in IPFS and the Proof-of blockchain. All this has been used in 2 other projects that we worked on. It was something regarding education, so we reused that component. From an economic point of view, like I've said, we have 2 different types of tokens. It stimulates expert participation in innovation markets. It generates a sustainable income. It enables institutional monetization. So basically, we are working, most of us are working at a university, and the university tries to help researchers with ideas to take their ideas further. So they kind of encouraged us with this platform and made us aware that we can also add a subscription model when it comes to universities. For example, if a university wants to use our platform for researchers, they can buy a certain amount of tokens per year, and the researchers from that university can use them. And from a societal point of view, yeah, we have inclusive innovation. Like I've said, one of the problems we had is finding mentors, and I think that this platform can help with this. It has a merit-based recognition, digital trust, knowledge democratization, and everything was done with the human-centric approach in mind. Yeah, thank you for the attention. If you can please, we have the video presentation.
Welcome to SparkIt, a revolutionary platform powered by TrustChain, designed to connect innovators with the right experts. Our mission is to foster innovation, protect intellectual property, and create a seamless collaboration experience. Every great idea begins with a vision, but turning that vision into reality requires knowledge, resources, and mentorship. Many innovators struggle to find the right guidance to take their ideas to the next level. Finding the right mentor is not always easy. Innovators often face barriers such as limited access to industry experts, lack of funding, and concerns about intellectual property protection. SparkIt bridges the gap between innovators and experienced mentors. Using AI-driven matchmaking and blockchain-secured collaborations, the platform ensures that innovators find the right experts while maintaining trust and security. Through SparkIt, innovators can submit their projects, get matched with mentors, and receive expert guidance. Blockchain technology safeguards intellectual property, and tokenized incentives ensure fair rewards for contributions. Our platform offers seamless interaction, secure document storage, and transparent reputation scoring, all designed to enhance collaboration and drive innovation. SparkIt is built around its users. By engaging with academic institutions, industry professionals, and startup accelerators, we continuously evolve to meet the needs of our community. User feedback is at the heart of our platform's evolution. We refine our user experience, adapt our business model, and optimize mentor-innovator interactions based on real use cases and input.
So the main opportunity that I see in this platform is the fact that you have the possibility to develop your own projects, to come up with an idea and find persons to help you develop that idea. I mean, for me, as a student, it's a great opportunity.
From my perspective, I think the biggest benefit of this project is that it offers the possibility for the people to get together.
The future of SparkIt is bright. We aim to expand our reach, improve AI-driven matchmaking, integrate new blockchain innovations, and build a thriving global ecosystem for innovation and collaboration. Innovation is not just about technology, it's about finding the right people and the courage to take the next step. Whether you're an innovator, seeking direction, or a mentor, ready to share your expertise, SparkIt is here to connect, empower, and transform ideas into reality.
Very nice. Thank you very much. I think we have one question from Leonard.
Hello. Hope it's not too technical, but I noticed that you mentioned a proof of ownership protocol. I've never heard of it before. Is that an invention of your project?
Okay, thank you. It really said proof of ownership protocol? Yeah. No, the idea is when you have an idea, and that information, like I've said, is stored on IPFS, and the proof is stored on blockchain, like the hash is stored on blockchain. And basically, what we did is whenever an innovator wants to send that idea to a mentor, basically we have some front-end encryption, decryption protocol, and from that point on, only the innovator and the mentor has access to that idea. So to get back to your question with that proof of ownership, it's proof of ownership because it's stored on the blockchain, and you can't delete, change things on the blockchain, at least for now.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Any hands raised there? No. Okay. If not, then we can... actually, I had one, and I forgot. Sorry. I wanted to ask you when you were speaking about this community of people that you want to really take democratic decisions. Actually, it's two questions. So you mentioned DAO. So I'm wondering, what is the community aspect in this approach? I mean, what are the community-based, let's say, decision-making that needs to be made? It was not obvious to me, at least.
Yeah, when we were thinking about the DAO part, so basically now we control the platform and we take all the decisions. So the idea is to have multiple entities that take specific decisions, and you are asking probably what those decisions can be.
Yes.
Okay, maybe to add some extra features to the platform, or maybe to approve, I don't know, some sort of promotions, like discounts, or maybe to change like our pricing model. For example, now in the platform I think takes 5%.
So it's a network. It's not a, let's say, you don't host the whole platform. It's a decentralized platform, basically, or not?
No, now it's a centralized platform. We host it on our servers.
Yes.
Yes, but the decisions regarding the functionalities of the platform can be done not by us, but by an organization. This was inspired by the OpenStack Foundation, how they work, how they decide on specific things.
And this is probably related also to my second question. Thank you very much for this first answer. This is related to my second question, which is, okay, and how do you really plan to really follow up this project right now to exploit what you have developed? How you are going to expand this community?
So for now, we went through a pre-seed workshop with the project to test to the feasibility from a financial point of view. I know that we discussed about how are we going to make money, but I'm coming from a university, so this is not my strong suit. So the idea is to work on the local community. We have the support from the university. from my host university, and like I've said, they really want to follow up with this project and to help the other researchers submit projects and especially get mentored.
Can I propose?
Yes, please.
Talk to the tech transfer office, since you have the approval also from the vice rector.
Yeah.
Talk to the tech transfer office, and then advertise this to the students, so that they can take their ideas to the market. And you have a specific mechanism for taking the student ideas to the market. And then your example could be followed also by different tech transfer offices from other universities all over the world.
Yeah.
And you take it from there. I mean, that's the first step, I would say.
Yeah, it's a really great idea. We were thinking of having the students as innovators, and both the researchers and the teachers and our friends from the business part to be mentors. It's like having a student write their thesis, but with help from also the business part, not just the technical part.
No, I was thinking mostly about the spin-offs thing. I mean, they really need help in that. They really need mentorship, and especially if they are students and just graduated, they really need lots of kinds of help. And you can create a directory of experts that they can help, and also provide some incentives to the experts to help also.
Yeah.
Because it's a mutual, it has to be mutually beneficial.
Yeah, we have a plan in this way. Unfortunately, what we don't have right now is time, but we're working on it.
Okay, so thank you very much again. So let's go to the next speaker, Ben Biederman from Mothbond. Unfortunately, we don't have him with us on site, but still we will enjoy his presence online. So, Ben, the floor is yours.
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Can you not share your screen, but open your camera, so that, because we are sharing your presentation. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
That is also better for my bandwidth. It's quite a pity that I cannot join you there in person, because I'm calling in from the Marshall Islands doing field research right now. And I think that is also a really good segue into presenting Authbond. So what we did with Authbond within OC3, we wanted to enable access to decentralized funding mechanisms, so that anyone can spin up a request for proposals, so issue a tender essentially. Anyone can apply, evaluate, and track these tenders and grants. So Authbond really streamlines Web3 funding mechanisms, because what we've seen is that when it comes to Web3 funding, you apply, and there's some form, and you might need to share your wallet address, or you might have to sign some transaction using a blockchain. But then you're getting approved, and then all of a sudden you receive an email that you have to go through a KYB flow that is entirely off the Web3 space. So this is really like fragmented and not really streamlined. So anyone getting into that without any prior experience is really getting lost very easily without having someone kind of shepherd it along. So we wanted to make this flow more coherent and in a way more usable, both for the evaluator side, but especially for the applicant side, kind of lowering the barriers to entry, and also reducing the costs, because someone might apply and it kind of fails when it comes to KYB. Can we move on to the next slide? Yeah. So thank you. So really what is happening is on Authbond, you're deploying an RFP for your tender. You kind of specify what type of data you want applicants to share. and you deploy a staking contract on an EVM or Move chain. And once that is up for submission, applicants can submit the application, but what they also they are staking a bond that is time locked. So once the application period and evaluation period that you have set as an RFP issuer is over, they have the assurance that they can withdraw their bonds back. And what Othbond is doing, it really ties together this economic representation of commitment, so the bond aspect, and the KYC information that is necessary to access the funding that would come after the application is successful. Once the RFP is issued and you were selected, the RFP issuer or the procuring entity has the option to turn the bid bond into a performance bond, kind of safeguarding the delivery period. So on one hand, we're safeguarding bidders to kind of not get stuck into endless application processes because they can withdraw at some point, shifting the burden of proof to the procuring entity, but at the same time enabling the procuring entity or RFP issuers to really pack everything that is needed for Web3 ready procurement into one process, with having all the data in one place, with being certain that the applications they're receiving are compliant with, for example, MiCA. Next slide, please. So when it comes to the impact, I think, from a technological perspective, we're the first project that combines this KYB NFT with a bid bond. From the economic perspective, we're really reducing the financial risks. We're building trust by having the economic security tied together with the transparency aspect of our platform. And from a societal aspect, we're really reducing the barrier to entry, because not everyone has access to bank securities. For example, here in the Marshall Islands, a lot of the outer islands are producing copra. So this is a coconut product. And today, banks literally send bank tellers with suitcases full of cash to these outer islands in order to perform trade. So this would be an area where Othbond could also be used on the ground, as the Marshall Islands kind of rolling out this stablecoin-based commerce. But in a more Web3 native environment, we are working together with Nouns Builder, which is essentially a platform of communities within Web3 that wants to bring a more bottom-up way of managing grant funds and deploying funding from a larger organization, so that it is both accountable to the community, but also safeguarding kind of the overall mechanics of fund deployment from the larger organization that Nouns Builder is partnering with. And we can go into the demo.
Submitting a funding proposal shouldn't feel like filling out a tax return. With Othbond, we make it simple to create, submit, and review proposals, while keeping trust and transparency at the core. The process begins with the creation of an RFP on Othbond. As part of that step, a staking contract for the bid bond is deployed. Applicants then upload their proposals, deposit their financial stake to signal commitments, and receive a proof of completion NFT. After submission, proposals are reviewed and evaluated. If a proposal is rejected, the stake is released. If their proposal is accepted and milestones are completed, the bond can be released and withdrawn, all on-chain, all transparent. Let's take a quick look at how it works. Creating an RFP on Othbond is simple. Start by entering your project title, description, and grant type. Set the application period and define the eligibility criteria. Next, choose what information you want to collect from applicants. For example, company details or project-specific details. In the bid bond section, set whether the deposit must be MiCA compliant, select the token to be staked, and define what percentage of the requested amount must be submitted as a bond. Finally, review everything and submit your RFP on-chain with one click. Your RFP is now live, and verified applicants can begin applying immediately. Once you've found an RFP, click Apply to get started. Enter your organization's info manually or import existing data to speed things up. Then, fill out your proposal and milestones for transparent staged funding. Upload any required documents and deposit your bid bond. Review your submission, then hit Submit and Stake. Once proposals are submitted, RFP issuers can evaluate and score them directly on the platform. Applicants can view their evaluation, see feedback, and track whether their proposal has been accepted. After acceptance, applicants report milestone completion with a single click. Issuers then verify the work and manually release the performance bond, ensuring trust is rewarded only when commitments are fulfilled. We've tested Authbond with over 20 users and have had conversations with leading blockchain ecosystems like Sui and Scroll. Our vision is to bring on-chain trust workflows not only to Web3, but also to public institutions, NGOs, and other non-crypto organizations looking for transparent funding tools. Authbond is proudly supported by NGI TrustChain as part of OpenCall 3, which focuses on building trustworthy, decentralized solutions for economics and democracy. We align with this mission by enabling transparent decision-making, accountable fund distribution, and privacy-preserving identity verification, helping communities co-decide and collaborate with trust, both online and beyond.
With this, thank you very much to
Thank you very much. Let's thank
our,
yeah.
Thank you.
Let's thank the speaker. And okay, the floor is open for the questions.
Hello, I was just wondering how much is done by smart contracts and how much might be done by AI when you're reading through the proposals?
So the smart, that's a good question. Thank you so much. So I think, in reality, a large part of grant review today is supported, at least supported by AI with a human in the loop. Now, the smart contracts are in fact supposed to contribute and support to the transparency and the security. So where the evaluation part is and can be supported by AI, the smart contracts are what really are adding the economic security, so the bid bond functionality rather than the evaluation component. I hope that answers your question.
Thanks. Any other question? Maybe online? I cannot check online, so are you checking, Anarita? Okay, so since we are talking about we are talking about money here, and real money that are, let's say, locked in an escrow smart contract or in another kinds of staking mechanism. So the thing is, have you passed some security audits for the solution that you have implemented? Because I don't know, do you have any indication that the people will trust your solution for real world, let's say, operation?
So we are, for the delivery of Authbond, we had some code reviews. We didn't pass an audit just because of the size of investment that is involved in getting an audit done. But we are working with the Builder protocol and Lisk at the moment. So Lisk is an L2 solution. Builder protocol, Announced Builder, is the aforementioned community platform. And we are working together with them to bundle like some some of the aspects that we developed within Authbond, so the grant release, the evaluation mechanism, and the bid bond mechanism into a larger code update. So to deploy a specific version of the Authbond enabled builder protocol on Lisk for grant management. And that work would then involve basically getting the audits done. And it's more economical to do it in this way because the audit would also cover the integration parts, because on a blockchain, you can't really just, like put together different smart contracts and expect that they are going to work. But really what matters at the end of the day is that like the end-to-end on-chain process is secure and can be trusted. And I mean, people put money in smart contracts, so I don't see any reason why they wouldn't trust Authbond once audited.
Yes, once audited, I agree with you, and thank you very much for your answer. So if there are no other questions, thank you again, Ben, and we can now move to the next session.
Thank you.
Thanks again. So next session is about democracy, governance, and trust. And we originally didn't know what to expect there. We had some DAOs in our minds. We had some, let's say, ZKPs for proving, let's say, the authenticity of people online, we had several kinds of issues, but then eventually different applications emerged. One of them was anticipated, like the Trevo application from the Trevo team with Haris Niavis, that we will have with us in a while to present this solution, which is about e-voting. This was kind of anticipated. We had also some other solutions, for example, Trust City, that's about smart city solutions and data sharing and privacy-aware data sharing in, let's say, Trust City environments, and also community-based, community-driven decision-making. And the SSI Citizens, let's say, project, which is about distribution of funds or of help to vulnerable communities, which is going to be presented by Antonio in a while. But I have to mention that we had some other applications also that are still very interesting, although we couldn't present more than 3 solutions in this session. But still, for you and for the general public that may be hearing us, it is important to mention. We had some decentralized moderation in opinion forums in an anonymized and privacy-aware manner. We had a solution about, let's say, liquid democracy, and how you can use, in a secure and representative way, AI agents together with humans for decentralized decision-making in a representative and not biased way. So this was another, like, not anticipated project, very interesting one. And with these words, with this introduction, let's go quickly to the first presentation from Haris Niavis. Welcome, Haris.
Hello, hi Thanasis, good to see you again. Hi everyone. My name is Haris Niavis from Connecta Systems. I will present you the Trevo project. It's a project, the team of which is Connecta and Itrikala, a municipality from Greece. Next slide. So let's have a look at the problem that we addressed. The problem with traditional electoral processes, I mean paper-based voting, is that it is costly, slow, and environmental harmful. Just to give you two recent examples actually, in the Greek parliamentary elections of 2023, we had to use 1,400 tons of paper, which equals to 17 K trees, and more than 100 million euros. And still the participation was around 50%. In the European parliamentary elections in 2019, we had to print 45 million voting ballots, which, as you can understand, is a barrier for small parties who need to finance their own voting ballots. Now, there are out there e-voting solutions, but they have certain limitations. One of them is that they rely on centralized technologies, for example, for identity management, and there are privacy concerns in the general population. Next slide. Let's see what the stakeholders here need. Organizations need secure, transparent, and user-friendly governance tools. On the other hand, users expect usability, inclusiveness, privacy, and transparency, and authorities need compliance with regulations, obviously. Next slide. So here comes Trevo, and Trevo is a fully fledged decentralized voting solution. You can see screenshots from the two applications, from the web app and our mobile app. Trevo enables user-friendly, transparent, privacy-preserving, and secure digital electoral processes aligned with EU regulations. So we enable voter anonymity, ballot secrecy, and universal verifiability of results. Next slide. A high-level overview of our technical architecture. We follow a privacy by design approach using SSI and zero-knowledge proofs. We use smart contracts for security, integrity, and automation in the process. Through a second open call in OC4, we integrated semantic web technologies. So we designed a voting ontology which enabled the semantic interoperability of the electoral process. And the software components are our two apps, our web and mobile app, decentralized identity agents, a smart contract generator, a layer 2 ZK rollup designed in-house, and smart contracts and analytics engine to enable data analytics. Next slide. I think this is a hidden slide. We can move to the next one. Here are the open source components that we offer to TrustChain. First of all, a zero-knowledge proof scheme for e-voting. So it is a custom implementation based on ZK snarks. We use smart contracts for on-chain verification. We also use efficient on-chain data structures for increased performance, and we try to be as generic as possible with some generic packages that can be used outside the context of e-voting. Then our identity agent in the cloud that manages cryptographic keys and interacts with other actors using the standard protocols. And on the ontology, the election voting ontology that we designed, and also the smart contract generator, which generates on the fly smart contracts based on factory templates. Next slide. Regarding our user-centered design, Itsicala was part of the team, so we were engaged with them since the beginning, since the design of the application. The demonstration was done together with the Trikala Municipality Youth Council members. So the presidential committee members set up and manage elections for their monthly meetings. And we had almost 40 regular members voting for this for their monthly affairs. Yeah, next slide. So together with them, obviously two types of users here, an election leader and the voter. We had the 44 user stories defined together with them. And for the communication, we had direct communication with emails and meetings and several workshops in Trevo at the beginning to design the application together, in the middle to get the first feedback, and also at the end to present the final solution. At the end, of course, we had some questionnaires which revealed high scores in system usability and Net Promoter scores. Next slide. Regarding our innovation, we integrate decentralized identities, zero-knowledge proofs, smart contracts, and semantic technologies to increase security, privacy, and efficiency in e-voting. We have published 2 research papers I have provided the links here, you can check them. And regarding our value proposition, we empower, on the one hand, citizens to participate in digital elections, referendums, surveys, and consultations, while preserving ballot secrecy, anonymity, and unlinkability by design. And on the other hand, we support public and private organizations in deploying inclusive, transparent, and tamper-resistant electoral processes with automated tallying without dependence on a central authority. Next slide. So this is our business model canvas. I will just talk about our customer segments. We have identified target clients both in the public and the private sector. We started with the public sectors as we had also a municipality in the team. But also we are looking for private organizations that can use the Trevo, the e-voting solution, like chambers or unions or any private consortium that wants to conduct any online voting process. And for our revenue streams, we envision licensing with different plans, pay per election, and also to charge some customization fees. Next slide. Regarding our exploitation pathways, as an immediate action, it's actually what we do right now is we want to transition the pilots of the 2 open calls to actual operational use cases. In the midterm, to expand to other municipalities via regional networks that we are in contact with, but also to extend the uptake to SMEs via chambers of commerce, and to engage with EU regulators. We already had an engagement through our participation in the European Blockchain Sandbox, the EBS, where we discussed with several regulators across the EU about challenges in regulation in e-voting. And as a long-term goal at the national and governmental levels of impact in the environmental, we obviously reduce the waste of paper, and we use efficient layer 2 networks. We also have economic impacts since millions are saved on election logistics. Social impact is this is more inclusive and privacy preserving participation. And regarding policy, we are aligned with all the relevant standards and regulations, the GDPR, eIDAS, and the EU Digital Decade. Next slide, please. This is also a hidden slide, if I'm not mistaken. We can proceed. I think that's all. The last one is the demo that I wanted to share with you today, the business demo.
So thank you very much. Do we have any questions? No. One thing that I was wondering when you were presenting, and I think that the audience also would like to have some clarification, is the privacy-preserving perception of the users. Do they really trust the solution? Do you have any indication that they would trust it? Because, as you know, I mean, people are more used to this, these manual ballots, that they go there, they go behind the curtain and they do the voting. So do they really trust this?
Very good and very difficult question, Thanasis. I think we have discussed this before. It goes a long journey for us, these two open calls. And through this journey, we understood several things. So for me, at least to my understanding, we need first to change our mindsets if we want to use this kind of solutions. So I would say no, it's very difficult to convince people to use it.
Maybe something for you to complement. And also, do you think that digital illiteracy or there is some kind of digital entry barrier for the people to really use this solution? I mean, especially the elderly.
Yeah, that's true. Our users in the demos were young people. Obviously, there's a gap there between young and elderly. Elderly people are not yet there to be actually convenient to use this kind of tools, and for such an important reason to actually vote for something. And this is our understanding up to now. So we need to change the mindset first of the people, of the citizens, and then also of the authorities to offer this kind of solutions. So this is for the public sector. That's the reason that we, let's say, at some point we turned our focus on the private sector, which where things are easier to adopt this kind of solutions. There's no need for regulation there. The mindset is a bit different, and also the digital literacy is different. So at least for now, for these days, I think it's easier for the private sector to go for the private sector. Instead, we need to wait some more years for the citizens, for all of us, for the vast majority of the population to be familiar with digital tools and use them and trust them for such processes.
Okay, thank you. Or perhaps a hybrid approach would be kind of useful in the beginning, where you have both the traditional ballots for the elderly or for whoever wants to use them, and also you have the digital ballots.
Yeah.
And and I mean, if after people see that it works, I think that the adoption can be higher. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Any other question from the audience? No? No, right? Okay, so we can now go to the next speaker, which is Alexander Stamenkovic from Trust City Project. So the floor is yours. Oh, yes, we have the pleasure to have him on site. Just come here, please.
Okay, nice, thank you. So, hello everyone. It's always difficult to speak after the lunch, so let's go to the presentation. My name is Alexander. I come here from Serbia, from company City and Me, together with my colleague Branko. And as a part of TrustChain project, we develop our innovation based on Trust City, because we believe that we need to support cities with digital technology that people believe. As each startup, we started to find our purpose through defining the problem which we want to solve. As many cities in Western Balkan, and generally, we had a lot of problems regarding to recycling, effective communication, raising awareness, traffic jams in the city. But through the communication with local self-governments to communication with other different partners, we define that lack of engagement and civic participation in the cities is a crucial problem in a local community. So we are trying through this project to address this problem and to include more people to be engaged in their cities and participate in a decision-making and in general urban democracy. Also, as a part of this project, in a piloting survey at the beginning, we spoke with more than 500 people in our local community and also defined how we can making decision with the local community through our Urban Planning Institute, which use our application and other city departments in our city. So what we done, our technical solution is based first of all on our general project. It's a City and Me mobile platform that enables citizens and cities to communicate in an interactive way. What that means that I, as a citizen in my city through City and Me, can report a problem, can vote for the different kind of questions that city asks me. Also through application, I can be rewarded for my activities in the city. For example, if I walk in an urban area, if I ride a bike, if I recycle, if I reading a news, local news, I will receive the token that I can exchange for different kind of goods and services in the local community. In same way, I can communicate with my building professional managers under the application. On this picture, you can see our users. Maybe I can put. So what is done under this project, and it is important for this presentation, you can see our architecture. In this left part from your side is what we done under the City and Me platform. On the second, on the right side, you can see what we developed under the project. We developed two different features from Web 2. I have a great application for Web 2 to Web 3. First was the voting survey. In this case, you can see our flow. City administrator in our application make the survey, and citizens can vote through different platforms. All systems are done under the City and Me platform, and after that, all opinions are recorded on our blockchain. Also, it's working. You can see the diagram here. For the citizens, we're trying to be very accessible, so all transactions are gas-free for the participants, for the citizens, but all municipality in this case cover all costs of this process. Second was the identity verification. We are very aware that today is a lot of digital approaches, technologies, how to verify identity. Also, we closely cooperate with e-government platform in Serbia, how to connect them with our system. But from our experience, we understood that it is most important to have human touch, to have the connection with people, because our partners provide trust to our users. So we develop some kind of verification flow and verification process in our application. When you approach to our partners to exchange your tokens for goods and services, our partner verify your identity that you are one of real people, not bot in application. It's a second layer of verification. So in the level of city and the level of application, we know that you really exist in a way. And how it look in a real production, you will see demo after the presentation, but behind me you can see our application, how it look on a platform and how it look on the line of users. When we speak about the impact, I can say that we started this project with 10,100 users in 5 cities. When we finished this project, and now we have more than 50,000 registered users in our application. We are now in 9 cities, not just in Serbia, but also in North Macedonia and Montenegro, and we are approaching on European Union countries and other countries. We also, to reach other and wider audience, build a great communication with Association of Cities and municipalities across the Southeast Europe, and also cooperate with science technology parks in the Mediterranean area, from the Lisbon still the Istanbul on the left. Also, with support of UNDP and other international organizations, we are approaching and continually working with the cities to implement our application in their cities. But of other aspects, we can see that we developed some two great features that after this project are open source and available to other participants. They are based on the Polygon proof of stake, so we think about a little bit about the environment and ecology. It is very interoperable because you can use it in a very easy way in different kind of other services. Also, when we speak about the economic expert, as Trevo says earlier, we are skipping the paperwork and a lot of difficult kind of procedures. For example, in the city of Niš, we supported the Urban Institute for Urban Planning to develop new urban plan from the local city, decide where to put parking garage, or also they used our application to discuss about the opinion of quality of park and services in the green area in the city of Niš. In a very easy way, they just put the survey or opinion through our application, the people receive the notification, 2 clicks, and they provide opinion in a very secure way. When we speak about societal, it is important that we, in the first survey, we had 1,000 people. Now we have 3,000 people and more. And also we are reaching in some surveys 15% of total population in one city. So it is very strong decision and very strong opinion for city managers, for urban planning, and that kind of communication, that kind of democracy approach, providing people directly to impact in a decision on the local way. So we believe that with this we empower our community and communities where we are to collaborate with cities, to include them in the decision, and through this application, when you see the statistics, when you see the people, you can see that people really want to be included in the city, just need to have a good tool and a good way for this. So this is all for me. Thank you for attention. Here is the video, I think. You can show it how platform works in general.
Can you imagine the city where your voice and activities truly matters? City and Me is an innovative platform that enables citizens to actively participate in shaping the city they live in, mostly in urban planning decisions through a unique reward and tokenization model. Based on secure and transparent digital interactions, City and Me encourage people to participate in decisions that impact on their urban lives. In most cities, citizens' participation in policy making and urban projects is limited or complex. There is often a lack of transparency and secure approaches for expressing opinions, leading to passivity and lack of trust in civic processes. An advanced blockchain technology that verifies users upon their first transaction with the partner. This ensures that only real citizens participate in surveys and decision-making processes, preventing bots and duplicate accounts from influencing results. TrustCity guarantees the integrity of survey results, ensuring that no vote can be changed or deleted. Cities can create survey through an intuitive model in just a few steps, while citizens can vote in just a few clicks from anywhere with full confidence that their vote is protected from misuse. And best of all, gas-free transactions. Participation in voting is simple, accessible, and completely free of charge. Developed and tested in Niš, the TrustCity is now expanding through City and Me, bringing a proven and secure model of digital participation to other cities across the region of Western Balkans. With this technology, urban decision-making becomes more inclusive, and citizens gain the opportunity to actively shape the future of their communities. Join us and be a part of a city where trust, transparency, and active citizenship creates a new standards for a digital democracy.
So thank you very much. Do we have any questions for TrustCity project? Please, Alexander.
Thank you. So my question is, are you storing each user's vote on the blockchain? And is it public? So basically,
Maybe you have to come here and maybe take this one.
Okay. Sorry. First question, yes. Second question, yes.
Okay, so isn't there a situation in which all the other people shouldn't see my vote?
In general, the voters are protected with anonymization of data. You have just ID, which is collected in our application, so you can see your ID and find your vote, nothing more.
Okay, so basically, if I vote on multiple topics, if somebody looks on the blockchain, they can see that a certain ID voted on topic X, Y, and Z.
Yes.
Okay, so it's pseudo-anonymity. Okay. That reminded me of tumblers and mixers. Maybe you can use some of that to ensure that there can't be like some sort of pattern matching, pattern finding algorithm.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We are trying to do that in the future, but this was just for this project. Thank you.
Hello.
So there is another question.
Yeah, you mentioned at some point that you do reward users if they do walk around or if they do use bikes. So how do you monitor this kind of activities? Do you have access to any wearables or something?
No, in general, we use the data from the app. We use the data from the Apple and Google through Health API. They provide us how many steps someone cross or how many kilometers they ride a bike, and we use that to transfer them in a tokens which they reward after they pass some kind of monthly challenge. If you walk 100 kilometers in your city, you will receive the token, not if you pass less, you know.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Actually, I mean, seeing Trevo and then your presentation, for me it was obvious that there could be some synergy between these two projects. So, and also in relation with the first question that you got, I mean, using something like this approach that was used in Trevo, like the zero knowledge proofs, for the anonymization of votes, or for even the encryption of the actual casts, vote casts, would be something for you to consider. I think that they have their solutions already published. It's open source. Yeah. You can even check it yourself.
I think
or
it could
you
be
can talk to Harris.
A good next step and good next project to cooperate between the different kind of projects. We are also open to cooperate not just with Trevo but with others who needs our help. We have a lot of experience with tokenization and gamification, so maybe we can do something.
But I also wanted to say that this is one of the big success stories regarding user adoption. I mean, they have presence in so many cities and so many users have registered, so we have to give them the credit for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
So last but not least for this session, we go to Citizens project with Antonio Gonzalez Sanz.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon everyone
Nice to
from
see you.
Spain.
Yes.
My name is Antonio and I'm here with my colleague Joaquin. It's my pleasure to introduce today Citizens, a project developed by Icertis within the NGI TrustChain framework, focused on making social aid distribution more transparent, efficient, and citizen-centered. Okay, so if we move to the next slide, what is the context and the problem that we wanted to solve with our solution? So in many cities, social services provide essential assistance to vulnerable citizens. However, these processes are often slow, complex, and highly bureaucratic, making it difficult to ensure that aid reaches the right people at the right time. As a result, administrative entities become saturated and vulnerable citizens face delays, stigma, and unnecessary barriers. So citizens address the needs of these three key groups. Okay, first, the vulnerable citizens, people who are maybe long-term unemployed or are working in precarious conditions. As well, this group also sometimes faces language barriers, low literacy levels, and a clear digital divide. Second, also local merchants, typically small shops, who need fast and familiar payment processes without adding operational complexity. And third, the entity administrators of this social aid, who must justify that the aid is used correctly, and who needs to identify the beneficiaries and reduce their administrative overhead. Okay, so if we go to the next slide, Citizens was designed to tackle these challenges by empowering users with self-sovereign identity and enabling a public aid distribution through blockchain-based tokens. Okay, the goal was simple: give citizens control over their identity while ensuring transparency, traceability, and efficiency for the institutions. At a technical level, Citizens combines the use of these two core components, okay, self-sovereign identity aligned with the EPSI standards, which allows users to securely prove who they are without exposing any unnecessary personal data, and a token-based aid system where public assistance is issued as digital tokens that can be used for electronic payments in local commerce. Okay, we go to the next slide. This platform is a modular, privacy-preserving, and interoperable. It includes smart contracts deployed on both public and private networks, a closed platform mobile wallet for Android and iOS, and an AI-based receipt classification service that validates eligible purchases and helps with the administrative burden of the entities. All these components are connected through a scalable modular architecture, combining backend services, APIs, and a modern front end. If we go to the next slide, Citizens was built entirely on open data models, standardized protocols, and we use W3C verifiable credentials, EPSI compatible standards, and widely adopted blockchain token standards. For example, ERC20, ERC1594, and ERC1644. Ensuring compatibility, transparency, and future scalability across European and international ecosystems. If we go to the next slide, a brief overview of the impact of Citizens. It's multidimensional. Technologically, it delivers an end-to-end integration of SSI and blockchain-based aid tokenization. It's user-friendly through the use of QR codes and biometric authentication in the mobile app. It also empowers the local commerce and neighborhood traditional commerce, making the users that have to use this aid to go to the local commerce. It also reduces the fraud and administrative burden for the institutions that have to give the aid, giving greater transparency. And it ultimately empowers the vulnerable citizens by giving them the autonomy, dignity, and control over their aid. So overall, Citizens represents a flexible and scalable alternative to traditional welfare tools such as vouchers or prepaid cards. If we go now to the next slide, we will show a brief video on how the solution works.
Citizens is a solution developed by Azertis under TrustChain's open call for. It enables citizens as social aid and authorized merchants, ensuring self-sovereign digital identity and secure traceability for transparent aid justification. Every day across Europe, thousands of citizens rely on social aid to meet their basic needs: food, medicine, housing. But the current aid distribution systems are slow, opaque, and too often fail the very people they're meant to help. Lengthy paperwork, physical vouchers, lack of traceability, and sometimes even stigma. These challenges create barriers, not solutions. But what if social aid could be instant, transparent, and dignified? What if citizens could receive support directly on their phone, spend it on local commerce, and be in control of their own data and identity? It's time for public services to be not only digital, but human-centric. Citizens is a decentralized platform that transforms how municipalities, NGOs, and citizens manage and distribute social aid. Built on blockchain and self-sovereign identity technologies, It enables fast, transparent, and traceable aid delivery without compromising privacy. Citizens receive verifiable credentials and digital tokens directly to their mobile wallet. They can spend those tokens in authorized local businesses, merchants are reimbursed in euros automatically, and public administrators can follow all transactions in real time with full transparency and auditability, reducing administrative procedures for public administrators. We tested e-Citizens in a live pilot with the municipality of Cordoba. 21 participants, citizens, merchants, and administrators used the platform under real-world conditions. The results were clear. Over 97% of transactions were completed successfully. Usability scores averaged above 82 out of 100. And most importantly, 91% of users said they would use it again. Now we're ready to scale. Citizens is not just a prototype, it's a replicable infrastructure for public aid across cities, regions, and NGO. With standards-based interoperability, strong privacy guarantees, and a modular architecture, the platform can adapt to new contexts, from basic income pilots to disaster relief. At Citizens, we believe that everyone deserves access to public support with dignity, speed, and trust. No more queues, no more delays, no more uncertainty. Join us in building the next generation of public services, digital, inclusive, and human first. Thanks to TrustChain and NGI for their support in Open Call 4. Their backing has been key to making this project a reality.
So, thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have some questions? I see Leonard. Yes, please.
I think it's a great project and there should be more like that, but it might be a bit off-piste. Instead of issuing tokens, how easy would it be to change your applications to the use of stable coins and or the digital euro?
Yes, that's something that we also took into account and we are exploring. But initially, we didn't want to use a stable coin because if you use a stable coin, the citizen could exchange it for other type of services or maybe give it to another person in exchange for real cash. So we wanted to have control over the tokens, that they are only able to be used locally within the approved e-commerce, and that they cannot be used in a fraudulent way. That's why we initially are only using our token instead of a public cryptocurrency.
Are you okay with this? You want to follow up?
I thought you could have sufficient smart contracts that only allow use of stable coins in particular institutes and whatever. I mean, it'd be complicated, but I just thought they could also receive stable coins and use them themselves. So it gives more democracy, right, and gives more freedom to the people.
If I may also say something on this. I think that it's exactly, I mean, I don't know if you are familiar with this funding for these vulnerable communities. The authorities really want to know that the money was spent for the purpose that was given. For example, they don't want to give money to people and they go to buy drugs, for example. If they give them money for food, it has to be spent for food. And this is the same for housing, this is the same for any kind of subsidization that they offer. So basically, I'm even surprised that you are using coins or that you are issuing tokens and not even like name them like coupons, because this is the idea, that you are using coupons and the coupons are redeemable somehow, like I mean, yeah, like paper coupons, basically, that are redeemable at the local stores. And you get food or you get something. The same thing that's happening here, basically, for the local students. I mean, they have some coupons and they redeem these coupons in the local restaurants, something like that. This is, of course, not a vulnerable community, but I give you an example.
So it's, I mean, for me, it's reasonable why you didn't use stable coins for this. I mean, for me. Any other question for the? I have some other question, but let me first give the floor to other people. Anyone? Anna Rita, is there someone online that wants to ask something? Okay.
I cannot hear it.
Yes, no, nobody's speaking. So the question from my side would be, okay, you want to replicate this to other cities. I'm not quite sure how you monetize this solution.
Okay. Joaquin, do you want to take this one?
Okay. Hi. Thanks for the opportunity. The idea for monetize this solution at the end is to provide a service for the local entities, communities, municipalities. It's like a service, so like a software as a service, because the idea is that this kind of solution or product will be deployed for the municipality.
Are you going to be hosting the solution? Because this is an open source software, and I mean, one could say that they can take the solution and deploy the solution in their cities, and they kind of keep you out. So do you plan to offer like support services? Do you plan to offer like hosted services? It's in my opinion, it's not quite obvious.
Okay, in our business case, the idea is to have a license for the product, and depends of the size of the municipality, get some tiers for for the municipality. Depends on the size, of how many citizens could be affected for this kind of solution. Obviously, in addition, we provide consultant services and integration services in order to deploy and integrate the solution with the rest of the system of the entity or the municipality or public administration.
Okay, thank you very much. So if we don't have any other questions, thank you very much for being in this session. Thanks again to all the speakers.
Okay, so we are back for the next session. I hope you have all joined us on time. I will actually leave the floor to Pablo Vela, who will be introducing the next session on energy and environmental impact. Pablo, the floor is yours.
Hello, I am Pablo Vela. I have had the opportunity to lead the steering committee in this project, as well as 15 teams across the 5 open calls. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person with you today due to poor connectivity from where I live in Spain. Some recent infrastructure issues that we have experienced here in Spain. But say that. We now move to the last session of projects presentations and demos today. Energy and environmental impact is the topic that we will face now. The reason for closing with this demo block or with this topic is simple. In Europe, digital trust is no longer about cybersecurity or privacy. Increasingly, trust also means responsibility and being able to justify how we design and operate digital solutions that are efficient, measurable, and also aligned with the European standards and sustainability objectives is mandatory. And in this, where TrustChain is has a very clear logic. It was not designed to produce isolated projects, but also to build a portfolio of components that fit together. And these 5 open calls have worked together as a layer structure. Foundation of identity and trust, privacy and user data control, mechanisms for incentives, economics and governance, and the transversal requirement that bring us here today, the energy efficient and environmental impact as a design constraint, not only a footnote, okay? When you stack those layers, sustainability stops being a slogan and becomes an architectural outcome with less friction, less redundancy, and more efficient verification. Better decisions on what should be recorded at what shouldn't, and also reusable components instead of silos. In this roundtable, all projects come from OC5, I believe, which represents the maturity point, not only what we want to achieve, but how we instrument it and demonstrate it. And today we will hear from Green Shirt, Pactus Nexus, Proof of Energy, and Spice. I suggest we listen through 4 concrete lessons, and what evidence they provide is one of the major things that we need to listen. What is measured or proven, and under which assumptions. Also, what trust mechanisms they rely on, and how they avoid the trust me mechanism or trust me claims. Also, what operational cost looks like energy verification, storage, and also complexity, and how the solution integrates or can be reused across the ecosystems, like interoperability and also adoption. Say that, let's start with the first project. I believe it's going to be Green Shirt, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. Thank you for the kind introduction, Pablo. So this is Lazarus from Green 30C, representing Energy Community Bessarion and Municipality of Sofades. This is a joint project of the two, and we are very thankful to the coaches and TrustChain overall for the opportunity to present and to be here. Sorry for this, I forgot the camera. So moving on to the next slide, what Green 30C is about. It is a mechanism about transparent and verifiable guarantees of origins for everyone. And in order to get a bit of context, let's see what is the setup for guarantees of origins. Guarantees of origins essentially are proofs that the consumption of an entity is green. And we are seeing that large enterprises are broadly adopting guarantees of origins, either because of legal obligations or because they're connected to subsidies or low interest loans that require some form of compliance. But this is not gaining as much traction for individuals and energy communities. And what is an energy community? An energy community is a group of individuals, organized, self-organized, to jointly invest in some common renewable source, and then sharing the benefits of this joint installation. In all cases, the problem that has been observed is that of greenwashing. Claims that are at least, if we can say, inaccurate in terms of how green the consumption of an entity is. And this has been observed in all domains. For example, in Greece, it is very easy to identify such cases. Retailers simply charge you a fixed amount of 2 to 3 euros per month, and then they give you a green certificate without even changing anything in their operation or on the individual's operation. So this is a strong evidence that we need a scalable, low-cost system that we will be providing trusted green certificates. Moving on, please. So in order to enable this, what we have developed is a scalable and energy efficient guarantees of origin solution tailored to the needs of energy communities and individuals, not large enterprises. Next slide, please. So the system consists of 3 main blocks. A smart green certificate service that issues verifiable credentials as the ones shown on the lower part. So these verify that the consumption and the production, the exact amounts of them, of the individual, and the exact synchronization of the production with the consumption. So instead of claiming just in terms of numbers that over the month I produced 100 units of electricity and I consumed 100, so I'm 100% green, we need to make sure that each kilowatt hour is consumed, every green kilowatt hour is consumed only once by one individual. So this is what the Smart Green Certificate service tries to achieve. And in order to achieve it in a verifiable way, it relies on a network of oracles. These oracles are developed within the project. They rely on external certified sources of information from the DSO, who is the legally responsible entity to certify the values. On top of this, in order to increase the greenness of the operation of the system, we have made two choices. One is that we deploy at the extreme edge, at the users, small nodes that do all the processing locally and hence ensure that data never leave the user premises. And on the other hand, we have a scheduler, a renewable aware scheduler that schedules the activities to run all the operations, the heavy processing load, whenever there is sufficient renewable energy available. Finally, because a certificate in the end needs to be presented to someone for a subsidy or for a loan, for example, a bank or a governmental institution, this entity needs to have the means to verify the validity of what is contained within the certificate. For this purpose, we have also released, this also open source, a validity verification mechanism that checks with the help of the blockchain that what has been provided in the VC is in line with what is coming from the Oracle. Moving on. In the end, our system promotes green behavior and please go on. And it can serve as the basis for making, in the end, the excess energy available in the system an exchangeable asset. In this direction, we have identified that the solution has clear technological, economical, and societal impact. First of all, it ensures the privacy of the user data, and it is trust-based as the Oracle verifies the validity of the data. Obviously, the solution focuses on promoting energy efficiency and green energy, so it's targeting environmental sustainability goals and helping to achieve them. And from a socio-economic perspective, it helps individuals to become independent of and produce their own energy. So with all this, I think we can move on to the demo in order to demonstrate how these things take place in a real execution of what the Green CertiC provides to the administrator of an energy community or to an individual. Please.
Welcome to Green Cert EC. The tool supports multiple user roles. For energy community administrators, the platform provides a system-wide view, including real-time total power demand across all member meters, cumulative energy consumption from the grid, and the total energy injected to the grid. Next, let's move to the user environment. All available actions are displayed in the left-hand panel. The user's energy profile is available under the eNode dashboard, showing verified data as provided by the DSO. At the top, a preview of the energy certificate for the selected period is displayed. Let's select the last 6 months. Notice that this user generates enough energy to almost cover his annual demand. However, in reality, only 26% of his consumption comes directly from solar. In other words, summer overproduction offsets higher winter consumption. This breakdown is included in each monthly certificate. Additional insights, such as the daily distribution of consumption and generation, as well as the associated CO2 footprint, are also available. Once the user has identified the period of interest, he can proceed with VC issuance. Moving under the VC menu, the user fills any missing details and a verifiable presentation containing the requested VCs is generated. The certificate data is validated and then stored on-chain. The generated verifiable presentation is portable. The user can download it and share it with any third party, such as their bank. On the verifier's side, after receiving the VP, the bank representative connects to the Open Verification portal and uploads it for verification. The portal validates the VP and embedded credentials by verifying the cryptographic signatures, confirming the issuer identity, and checking the provided credentials against the on-chain data. Note that GreenCert EC enables the energy community to act on behalf of its members via controlled DID delegation and only with explicit user consent.
So you mentioned at the end of the demo that it's only under user consent that you manage the data, let's say. I was wondering how you manage the consent of the user.
Thank you for the question. So there are two modes of operation. One is about members of the community. So the members of the community have provided generally a written consent with the exact scope, which can be revoked later. When we're talking about public systems, as this system is public and has been used, for example, by more than 1,000 users that we never get to know who they are, when they enter the system and they need to provide information like their tax ID or the supply number in order to be able to retrieve the data from the DSO and the Oracle, then they explicitly indicate by clicking a specific button and reading the consent that this exposes the data to the system for their own information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, no hand raised. I don't know if someone in the audience, the physical audience, wants to say something, but if not, I believe we can move to the next team. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, we have Pactus Nexus with us today, and they will present right now.
Then I'll move on with my presentation. Okay, thanks for having me. I'm going to present a Pactus Nexus project, which is a green Byzantine fault-tolerant blockchain for the next generation internet. As you know, the main problem with a lot of distributed ledger technologies and blockchains is that they traditionally use a massive amount of energy and they have a massive environmental impact. And the scalability trap, many decentralized systems face high centralization risk or poor performance when trying to scale. So you either have a centralized system with a great bandwidth transaction per second, or a poor transaction per second with which is not centralized. It is more decentralized. There is a balance here. The goal of Pactus Nexus project was to evolve Pactus blockchain, which is a traditional blockchain, into a production-grade infrastructure that offers high security with negligible energy usage. So the mission is that greenness by design. So we try to make a green blockchain from the day one and not later try to compromise. So we developed a solid state proof of stake consensus mechanism that eliminates mining entirely. It achieves a computational complexity of O(n) order, which reduces down the computational overhead to allow nodes to run on a less than 2 watts of hardware, basically. The blockchain itself is quite modern blockchain with the user with 5 layers, basically: user interface, API layer, networking layer, core engine, and storage. I'm not going to do the details, but the consensus itself, as you can see in the table, compared to other modern protocols such as Hyperledger Fabric or Tendermint or Hotstuff or traditional Pactus, it has less steps, 2 steps actually. The computational complexity is of order O(n). Pactus, traditional Pactus was of order O(n)2. It has no locking and no checkpointing. This reduces down the computational complexity a lot, which basically reduces down the energy needed. Next, I'm going to talk about the impacts of this innovation. So we drive a testnet, a full testnet, a live testnet that you can test it by yourself as well. We successfully tested many different scenarios of attack and Byzantine attacks, basically, including malicious proposers or network partitions. The performance shows that it has up to 500 transactions per second on different node configurations. It has less than 30 seconds of finality. It is hardware agnostic, so you can put it on different hardwares. We tested it on Intel i7. We tested it on Raspberry Pi 4, Raspberry Pi Zero, and AWS. You can also test it in different OSs. You can test it on Mac. You can put it on Linux, and you can put it on Windows. All these are available in our repository as well. We specifically tested it on Raspberry Pi Zero. It shows that it's a very cheap hardware, and our experiment shows that the energy consumption is less than even 1 watt, which is really nice if you want to run your own node on a very, very low-end hardware, basically. Let's talk about, of course, economical impacts. Well, as I mentioned, the hardware that you need and the energy consumption is much lower than the baselines, basically. So the important thing here is that we had a 50 population, 50 different users, tested it on 50 different users. They said that they easily could finish all the experiments with the running a node. They said that in their experience, it is user for operational organization usage. It is much lower in the term of cost, and system behavior is predictable for economical planning, basically, because the energy consumption is much lower. Developing a node has much less cost, so you can easily use it for different applications. On our side, we developed a blockchain governed federated learning scenario for environmental modeling testbed. It's a sensor network that try to manage the quality of water. If you run 8 different edge devices with 112 different sensors on top, we run a federated learning on top of that. And the federated learning itself is governed by the blockchain, this blockchain actually, and it was a very successful implementation. The paper is submitted to intelligence systems, the engineering applications of artificial intelligence, intelligent Elsevier journal. The fact that it is open source helps us to bring in other green startups, SSI providers, and public sector. We also think that we can generate a revenue stream via enterprise SLAs and custom integration services. Finally, societal impact. From a societal perspective, we validated the system with 50 users, as I mentioned, including non-technical participants. 92% of them completed the task without assistance. Usability and trust scored above 4 out of 5. The users explicitly recognize the sustainability benefits of the blockchain. This directly supports NGI principles and European digital sovereignty. Next, I run a video as a demo to show how you can develop a node on your side by yourself.
Are you going to run it or do you need help for that?
Yes, I'm going to run it.
Okay,
just a moment. I'm trying. The Zoom is crushing. It's why it's not running. The workplace is, yeah.
Did you share it with Tajana?
Can you maybe paste it in the Zoom chat if it's YouTube link?
Yes, yeah. I'm just trying my last try.
Okay, now we see it.
Okay now? Yes.
Yeah, let's see if we can hear it also.
Pactus Nexus, the new innovation for green and secure blockchain. We've built an energy-efficient Layer 1 network that runs on a low-end consumer hardware, uses a negligible energy resource, and is fully compatible with future web standards. Our live testnet is open now, and you can have your own node. To get started, head to our GitHub repository, select the latest release, and download the client for your operating system. We have Mac, Windows, and Linux clients. Please open the Pactus GUI file to initialize and run your own node. In the wizard window, you can create a new wallet from scratch or restore your existing wallet. In this step, a new seed phrase is generated. Please include it in the white paper and ensure it is kept confidential. We confirm the generated seed. You can set a password to encrypt your wallet, enhancing the security of your node. At this stage, you can specify the number of validators for your node. This increases the likelihood of joining the committee and proposing new blocks to earn rewards. The default setting is 7 validators. Your node has been initialized, and you can view a summary of the initialization, including the validator's address and the reward address. On the homepage of the GUI client, you can view node information, including sync progress from Genesis and network status. In the committee info section, you can see the blockchain's consensus status, such as network power and committee details. Once the node is fully synchronized with the current state of the blockchain, you can perform operations such as staking, transferring, and more. You can view a list of your accounts and validator addresses along with real-time state information synced per block, including balance, stake, and validator scoring. At faucet.pactusnexus.org, you can receive 50 coins for your account address to stake or transfer. The faucet transaction was successfully processed. You can view it by clicking the transaction link in the Blockchain Explorer. To stake with a validator, we need to execute a bond transaction, allowing us to stake anywhere from 1 to 1,000 coins. The validator's staked value has been increased, allowing them to join the consensus committee, propose blocks, and earn block rewards. You can transfer your account balance to other accounts on the network using the transfer operation in under 10 seconds. Pactus Nexus offers a fast, secure, and user-friendly experience for the decentralized future. Start your node today. Welcome to Pactus Nexus, the new innovation for green and secure blockchain. We've built an energy-efficient layer 1.
Okay. Okay, we are done.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see if we have any questions. Oh, we have 2 questions.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. This is Thanasis. Okay, you mentioned the energy consumption of your blockchain node, and this is actually very impressive. I didn't, maybe you said it and I didn't notice, but can you say something about performance as well, like transaction throughput or finalization delay or block size?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the transaction per second is 100 per second, and that the finality is 10 seconds, but we can increase it to at least 500 with a finality of at most 30 seconds. This is the current performance, but we can easily increase it if we decide to.
Okay, the second question, just a moment.
Yes, thank you very much for the description of what you've done, which is a great objective. But it's a question about information that's being expanded in the NGI network, because we were on the NGI on-chain project, and we were validated by Thanasis in Greece, shall I say, and the network is called Convex Foundation. We have validated in the project sub-second finality at more than 10,000 transactions per second and 3 microwatt hours per transaction. And this works out to be 1/10 millionth of the energy cost of Ethereum. And did you know about our Convex DLT before you embarked on this project? And if so, why do you think it's not been expanded into more NGI projects?
If you remember, I had a presentation around 2.5 months ago in November about energy efficiency, and we extensively talked about Convex Foundation. We also talked about different aspects of it. Well, of course, we agree that it's a great project, very well outcome, yet it has its own we do not call it a blockchain itself. It's a great foundation, which is not a blockchain actually. It's a protocol, I would say, or whatever you would like to call it. But here, what we have, so you have to consider that you do not put the engine of a truck on a small car or the other way around. Each of these blockchains, they have their own usages and use cases. We have our own types of use cases. Of course, before starting this project, we didn't know you unless we would have started a collaboration, you probably. But I would love that with the start of the foundation, TrustChain Foundation that we talked about yesterday, getting more visibility in the community would be easier probably, and Convex Foundation could have a better visibility in future probably.
I think also there is one question from Vasilius, and then we need to also move to the second session.
Okay, well, don't worry. Okay,
Should
I think sorry, Vasily, nice to see you, by the way. I wanted to follow up on what was the response to this question from Leonard, and actually ask Leonard if what is actually the minimum, let's say, energy consumption requirement at a node of convex, because this would clarify better what are these different use cases where you can have a node that runs in 1 watt, and then maybe, I mean, you mentioned a very high throughput, which, of course, I assume that, and you mentioned some milliwatts per transaction, but in total, per node, how much energy do you need?
Well, I wasn't actually present at the testing, but I know that they put the energy measurement at one node, and I don't know it was multiplied up over the full network, but I assume, right, it would be 3 microwatt hours per transaction, and even if you had 1,000, right, you've got like, I don't know, it's a milliwatt possibly or something like that. No, we are 3 microwatt hours, whereas Ethereum is 30. It might, well, if you have 1,000, yes, it would be 3. I can't do the sums. Yeah, it would be per node would be 3 microwatt hours per transaction.
You have to clarify this explicitly, because I mean, really, if you have like comparable transaction energy consumption per node and still this very high throughput, then I would say that it weakens the case of Pactus Nexus. But what was my impression is that you would go more than some few watts, let's say, per node. So in that case, maybe in some IoT, maybe in some IoT applications where you have like very constrained nodes, the Pactus Nexus solutions would be more convenient, and your case would be like for bank transactions that need really very high throughput, and some other requirements, of course, that you have that decentralized storage also that you support in Convex and some other features. In any case, I mean, I think that we have to follow up this.
Well, you have to note that Pactus Nexus is a blockchain. Convex is not a blockchain. You know? It is not trying to
this is true.
Put itself as a blockchain, basically.
Let's move because we don't have too much time. Please, Vasilios.
Yeah. Should I go and ask my question?
Well, if Diana allow us, yes.
Yes,
but
yes,
we are
okay.
running out of time.
So very quickly, are there any trade-offs in terms of security, in terms of trust? Does reducing the complexity or the energy consumption, typically there is a trade-off. Is it the case with your solution?
We tried 25 different faults, basically, different attacks. We did not see something really something to be worried about. But what we see, and we agree with the last question, basically, is that there is a clear trade-off between the transaction per second and energy consumption. And as the energy consumption increases, you can have a huge transaction per second, and the network will be more and more centralized as well, which is the case for those networks that currently claim that they have a huge transaction per second. They write in their papers. They are usually not really blockchains. They're kind of centralized systems. And you have to really study them well if you want to talk about energy. And being really green, you have to consider being centralized and how much transaction per second you have, basically. I guess it would be a good idea if you write a paper about this later on as a tutorial paper or something published by TrustChain and this call, basically.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, let's move to the next thing. I have to say that I've been coaching Pactus Nexus, and I'm running my own node in my computer meanwhile I work. And to be honest, it doesn't require a lot of workload for my GPU or stuff like that. Well, next one is, if I'm not mistaken, POE, it's proof of energy.
Okay, hello, I'm Xavi. I'm from Spain, from SM service, and today I will make a very brief presentation of proof of energy. This is an scalable human-centric solution for next generation internet. Okay. And for the context, we are trying to democratize the renewable energy using the complex technology as a blockchain, and we are trying to integrate for any kind of people. For the context, normally the people, when they want to invest in renewable energies, it's not easy, and they don't know how to do it. They find some different kind of problems. For example, normally when you want to invest in this kind of energy investments, you need a very high amount of money. Then the complexity of the technology. For example, when you want to work with blockchain technology, normally you have to have a knowledge about the technology, and it's not easy for common people. After that, the lack of trust here. For example, in this kind of investment, normally it's not easy to have like transparency in this kind of project. And finally, to manage this kind of investment normally is also very, very complex to have like the followingness of this kind of project. So we use different kind of technologies. The first one is the smart accounts. We are using innovative smart accounts that they are very friendly with MiCA, and we don't need to take a very difficult license like CASP. And this is like a mix between custodial and non-custodial. We are like there are custodial bias, but we have not the information about the information of our users. So there are quite innovative smart accounts. After that, we have the digital twins. We make like twins of physical assets, and we become it in NFTs, in non-fungible tokens. So we can have like a transparent history, and we can see exactly how much are they producing and what's exactly our solar panel. And finally, the smart contracts that they allow us to distribute all the revenues for all the holders of this kind of NFTs. This is a very simple diagram of the project. For example, when the users create their account, the register is quite easy, like in another kind of platform. It's like we are trying to involve in like a Web2 project, but when they create the account, we generate a smart account for these users. Then the smart account connect this smart account, the platform, and the solar productions. Here we include something that is quite innovative that we call the energy oracles. The energy oracles are like small hardware that we connect to the solar panels, and they bring two kind of information. In one side we have the production of the solar panels. On the other side, we have the price of the energy in that moment. And with this information, we bring all to the blockchain, and we save it. Okay, about the impact. We are trying to create like invisible blockchain because we are very focusing in the simplicity to have like a very, very Web2 experience to our users. In the other side, we are working with the most green blockchains, and now we are working very close with ISBE, that is the first institutional network of Spain, where we are quite involved in the development of this network. And about the maturity of the project, we think that is like 6, 8. It's like a proof of concept, but we make like a lot of different proofs, and we think that is very close to being in production. After that, about the economy, with these smart contracts, we are allowed to make very, very fast payments. Also, we allow to our users to make very small investment from only 50 euros. That is like the less amount that they can invest. And we also include a secondary market to our platform. This secondary market is a very simple market. It's not automatic market maker. It's like eBay or OpenSea, this kind of market where we can fix the price, and if anyone want to buy your NFT, they can make an offer and sell it. After that, about the society, okay, as I said before, we are very focused in the customer experience, to have the opportunity to invest in this kind of green energies and to contribute to more green energy productions. We also are very focused in give like as much as facilities as we can to work with this kind of technology that's a blockchain. And also we are very focused in the transparency. Here we can invest in something that is completely traceable. You can see in every time how much is producing your investment. And finally, we are very, very focused in the clean energy and in the climate action. And here I have how I can put the video.
Welcome to this presentation of Proof of Energy, an innovative solution for sustainable energy management. This project was developed within the framework of the fifth call of the European NGI TrustChain program. The initiative is led by the Bilbao-based companies SNM Services and SNM Cloud. Our platform allows users to monitor real-time electricity prices, ensuring transparency and efficiency in every transaction. The process begins by creating a producer account. Once the entity details are completed, the system confirms the registration instantly. From the main dashboard, producers can manage their company information and start generating clean energy. Creating a new solar asset is simple. By entering the panel's location, technical specs, and financial details, the asset is ready for the market. Producers can then add their panels to the retail market or manage them through their enterprise wallet, where all tokens and balances are securely displayed. Now let's look at the investor side. A consumer signs up, providing the necessary documentation to comply with security standards. To ensure a safe environment, the system requires a KYC validation process. Once the identity is verified, the user is cleared to invest. The admin panel provides a full overview of all transactions, including successful and failed operations, ensuring total network control. Within this centralized governance hub, The administrator meticulously reviews and verifies all submitted KYC documentation, ensuring that every participant meets the platform's regulatory standards before granting access to the energy marketplace. Back to the consumer, they can now access the marketplace, select an available solar panel, and complete their investment in just a few clicks. Finally, investors can track their earnings and daily energy production through intuitive charts, building a sustainable future with proof of energy. Proof of energy contact information is displayed on screen.
Sorry for the mistake in the volume of the video.
Hello, this is Lazaros from Energy Community Bessarion. Thank you for the nice presentation. Very interesting. It's very related to our activities. One quick question. This does not cover cases that you consume the energy produced from the PV that you have acquired. It's only for cases that this is being sold and you get the remuneration for the energy being provided to the grid, correct?
Yeah, for the measure of the energy production, we have like a hardware that we install directly in the solar parks, and this brings the information of the production to the blockchain. On the other side, we mix it, or we also send the information of the prices using an API, and we calculate exactly what's the benefits of the production in real time, and we save it in the blockchain.
Yes, just from an operational perspective, from the business point. So there is no case that you can use for yourself as self-consumption as a consumer now, the energy being provided to the grid through the system. Is my understanding correct?
No, you can by the moment you can't use it by yourself, but you can use these benefits of the production to pay the energy that by yourself. But by the moment we can't use this energy to use it by yourself.
Yeah, it's a known limitation of the business models in this domain, also in Greece. Or these peer-to-peer exchanges, or it's challenging. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, maybe in the future we are trying to negotiate with some energy producers to make like a compensation with our users, but by the moment it's not possible. So the unique form is to pay your energy using, for example, your benefits of your production, but it's not possible to compensate your consume.
Okay, I think Pablo, that's it when it comes to questions.
These presentations have ended this part of the presentation, and this is exactly the point of the TrustChain to be instructed above the 5 open calls to build a coherent and a whole identity, privacy, interoperability incentives. And well, this is the message from the Europe that we trying to build all together. And yeah, only to thank you all of the teams and for the demonstrations and for everyone who have been participating in the question and answer. And I give you the floor to move to the next session with Ruben. And thank you again.
All right, so whatever. So hello, everybody. So we are entering the last stage, and that's where we begin. So we begin, of course, at the concept of the digital identity, and Europe is in preparing this concept for decades, basically. As we heard in the United Kingdom, there are initiatives on this also lasting for several decades. And this implementation of digital identity has been working or being done in waves with gradually better awareness of the complexities. From what I heard actually during my visit of the city's George's University of London. So welcome here. We have two experts in this area. So from Timelex, this is our partner, TrustChain partner that steers these legal aspects and provides us with very fresh updates of what is the state of regulation at EU level. And then with Raj, who is also our partner in the project and works on policy papers for the United Kingdom. So maybe we can start this session by saying a couple of words from both of you, or where do you think this focus of EIDAS 2 is and should be now?
I think Wouter has a presentation to go over first, so I'll pass it on to Wouter.
Yes, can you hear me well?
Mm.
Okay, perfect. Yes, thank you for the nice introduction. Me and Rai will give a presentation on the digital omnibus regulation. First of all, I will start with explaining what the digital omnibus regulation is, of course, because it might sound a bit strange for you, but the digital omnibus regulation, it is a legislative package to simplify and align existing EU digital laws. It also focuses on targeted amendments. So it is not really a full rewrite of the digital framework, but it's really targeted. Also, the proposal is introduced through two proposals. On the one hand, you have the digital omnibus for existing EU digital laws. This includes the GDPR, as you all know, the Data Act, the Data Governance Act. And secondly, you also have the digital omnibus, which is only focused on AI. You might be wondering, why are there two separate proposals? Well, for the digital omnibus on AI, they want to have amendments in the AI Act. They want to extend specific deadlines for high-risk AI systems. They want to extend the deadline for 1 year, but the problem is that those deadlines will already apply from August 2026. So there is more time pressure, and if they bundle it all together in one proposal, then it will be impossible that the Council and the Parliament will agree on all the changes in all those acts before August 2026. So that's a bit the reasoning why they have two proposals there. Also, another thing which is very important to remember is that at the moment it's still a proposal, so it must be adopted and it may be amended by the European Parliament and the Council, or in the end, if they don't vote on it, then it even can be repealed. So that's an important takeaway. Then secondly, important to remember is, an important question, of course, is why is there a digital omnibus proposal? Well, as you all know, the EU has a lot of digital rules. They have grown quickly with many new laws like the DSA, the DMA, the Data Act, the CRA, NIS2, etc., which is good news for lawyers, for me. But yeah, of course, it's not good news for a lot of SMEs, companies that really try to be compliant, but that have so many difficulties with becoming it, because each law comes with its own definitions, its own reporting duties, its own authorities and compliance challenges. Because of this, the EU digital framework is very complex and fragmented. Also, the European Commission's digital omnibus, it also aims to really simplify and better align these rules. You can see it as as it aims to reduce the overlap and to align definitions and to streamline obligations. So you can see it as really as cleanup. It is also part of a broader effort to reduce the administrative burden and the compliance costs for companies. So really, just remember that the core ID is a more coherent digital framework with fewer overlaps, lower burden, and rules that work better. So you really have to see it as as a initiative from the Commission really to make Europe more competitive compared to the other continents in the world, because at the moment, because of all the legislations, it's really a burden for companies, and they want to support the companies now with like making the framework more easier to comply with. So to give you a high-level overview of the whole proposal itself, one aspect is that it really tries to merge several legal frameworks, mainly those on access to data, into one single framework. So you may have heard about the Data Governance Act and the Open Data Directive. Well, they all put them now into the Data Act, which means that the Data Governance Act and also the Open Data Directive, they will be repealed because they become obsolete. Another very important point is that they are trying to harmonize definitions and obligations across multiple EU digital laws. And lastly, it's really an attempt for a simplification of the incident and the breach reporting also through a single digital notification portal, which also is named a single entry point. This is very important because at the current in the current situation, the same incident could trigger multiple multiple laws under the GDPR, the NIS2, DORA, etc. And all those legislations also have different rules and different notification thresholds. They also have different deadlines, and also notifications had to be sent to different authorities, also in different formats. So with this, they have like one single entry point, one single notification portal, which I think personally is a very good thing. And the most debated and impactful elements from the omnibus, they are all around the GDPR. That's why now I will go a little bit deeper into the GDPR and discuss it in more detail. So first of all, to give you a high-level overview, what do they try to do in the GDPR? Well, they try to clarify key definitions, they try to facilitate compliance, and also very important, they try to provide clarity in the processing of personal data for AI training and development. So to go into more detail, first of all, they amend the definition of personal data in the proposal. So in Article 4.1 of the GDPR, it is stated that personal data is information relating to an identified or identifiable natural person. But as you may know in practice, there's a lot of discussion what exactly an identifiable natural person is. So now the proposal, they amend the definition. So identifiability becomes organization specific and context dependent. So data will be personal data only if the controller can realistically identify the person. So to give you a simple example, there is a license plate, and I hear an echo. But,
I have a question actually for you. Maybe because we want to make it a little bit more interactive. Not to be like, because it's the last session of the day, so we want to keep it lively. And at this point, maybe I could ask you a practical question.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So how does these lawmakers? I'm concerned, like in practice, you know, in practice, they say, okay, it's my private data, and I put, for example, some private information to my employer, you know, and this employer sends it somewhere and it's lost. I cannot now know what happened with this data. So one thing is, of course, what the law is, you know, like if there is a breach giving me the right to go through some really, how can I say, burdening process for an individual to come to the ground truth. You know, for example, if my rights were violated, right, as a human citizen. But what is the preventive or even direct executive, how can I say, right that is given by this law so that we can immediately, you know, like request certain thing and it's immediately done in a given situation when the human rights or the rights have been violated? That's the question. Do the lawmakers think about it, or they just leave it to the courts to be solving these disputes? So I'm speaking about the preventive application of the law. Does it have anything like that?
Do you mean with preventive application?
So that I can request in advance that, you know, they really protect and delete and things like that. So that they should do it, you know, not after there is some breach, but preventive, before something happens.
As far as I know, to my knowledge, there is not really like a preventive right stated in the GDPR and also not in the proposal that there is now. Yeah.
All right.
And about the interactive part, this is really like a short legal presentation. Afterwards, me and Rai will discuss on it.
Right. Okay, go on. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I will make it a bit more practical. Sorry for that. So to give you an example, with the new proposal, when you have a license plate for a car, because of the relative approach, for us, the license plate will not be personal data, because we can link a license plate with realistic means to a natural person. But for the police, they have a database with all the license plates linked to natural persons. So for them, it will be personal data. That's a bit a relative approach, and it is a codification from a recent judgment from the Court of Justice. And also the Commission, they will issue guidelines when pseudonymized data still qualifies as personal data to make the process of identifying personal data a bit easier. So what you should remember, the scope will be more narrow and more contextual, and organizations will have to assess on a case-by-case basis, but yeah, it will be more subjective. What else is changing? Well, there will be a new exception for biometric verification. So there will be a new rule allowing biometric checks as long as the data stays under the user's control. What does this mean, stays under the user's control? Well, when the data is stored on the user's own device, or when it's stored by the company in encrypted form with only the user holding the key. So before this, you always needed explicit consent for biometric verification and exception of explicit consent. And now you also have another option, but the scope of this exception at the moment is not fully clear yet. And then because of the whole innovation agenda of the European Commission, they also have some amendments with regards to AI development and operation. Exception allowing limited use of sensitive data during AI development, but this will be under certain conditions, namely companies must take steps to avoid using sensitive data. Any sensitive data that still appears must be deleted, and if deletion is not realistically possible, the data must not be used to produce results or be shared. And secondly, this was before the proposal, and this is at the moment, of course, still a big problem, namely having a proper basis to process personal data to train your AI system. Well, now legitimate interest will be explicitly recognized as a legal basis, but therefore you also need to comply with certain conditions. And to end this short presentation, we can go to the interactive part afterwards. There are two other changes which might be relevant in the context of the TrustChain project. First of all, the proposal also amends the definition of scientific research to clarify that research may also pursue a commercial interest. And finally, the proposal also imports key rules of the e-privacy directive, which is the cookie directive, into the GDPR. And because of that, there is now one framework for data that is obtained via terminal equipment, and it's not separated anymore. So now I have some questions for Ray. I will stop sharing the screen.
Okay. So, Wouter, thank you very much for this very nice presentation. As you know, I'm not a lawyer at all. And thank you for the insight, and I will need your feedback. I also prepared something that tries to summarize in a more, let's say, technical way what would be of interest to these technical people, the technical audience that we have here. So I think that if I can share one slide or two about what I understood, then we can discuss it together. Sure. Okay. So I'm not sure if you are seeing the screen.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. No, you are not showing the full screen. Sorry for that. So, okay. Right. So, just trying to understand what is happening for us I mean, if I can just codify what you said, not only what you said, but I think that some additional stuff. So, one thing which is important for us is that they want to have this once only principle, that businesses only submit data to the governments once. So this is something very related to this EU ID wallet. They have to really use this EU ID wallets to eliminate repetitive paperwork and passwords, so that they submit the data, that reporting in general happens only once, if I understand it correctly. The second thing is about consumer trust, and this is very nice and very relevant to us. They want to ban fake reviews and require from the stores, especially online stores, to provide verified proof of the authenticity of the online feedback. And also price transparency. They have to show that the price, the lowest price or offers or discounts are real discounts and not fake ones. So they have to provide a history of prices during sales. Also, they want to kind of cut the green tape, let's say. I mean, reduce anyway the ESG reporting burden. This is, I don't find this to be very, very relevant for us, but we will see if it is. They want to exempt thousands of mid-sized firms from mandatory ESG, environmental sustainability and greenness audits. So this is, I mean, what I got. I would focus on these first two, let's say, pillars for us. I mean, these are important, I think, requirements that we could say something from the TrustChain perspective. And I can leave it here, or also, I mean, identify some specific examples of how projects could really address, but I would like to to hear your reflections and the reflections of others on the things that have heard from Wouter and myself. First, Wouter, of course, confirm if what I got here is correct, and then we take some feedback from the crowd, I think.
Yeah, sure. I can say something about point one. It's indeed true what you're saying. The purpose is really to have like one single portal to one single portal where you can report your incidents, and from that portal, then it will be assigned to the proper authority. That's how I understood it. So that's correct. And yes, point 2 and 3. As you know, the proposal, it's a very long proposal. I don't have a lot to say about the other 2 points.
Right. So, okay, just to ease the discussion for the others, so if we go and try to understand what TrustChain impact could be in this digital omnibus regulation, I mean, we could say something like, I mean, regarding the use of digital wallets promoted by the DOR, the Digital Omnibus Regulation, and how TrustChain and the specific solutions from TrustChain could help towards that direction. And I have, like, I mean, I'm providing here some examples from multipass or creative credentials that could actually produce multi-chain verifiable credentials that would allow businesses to really report only once or something like that. But I would like, I mean, some feedback on this, of course. And regarding privacy-aware data sharing, we have heard in the morning solutions like Morph Metro Enclave, but also there are other solutions like UTIP DAM that provided some homomorphic encryption and some anonymization techniques for data, so that there is a privacy-preserving, let's say, data sharing as dictated by this pseudonymization that is dictated by the DOR. And finally, regarding the biometrics that you mentioned, what I got, of course, was kind of different than what you said. I thought that it is only on the sole control of the user, but you said that if even the companies have them and the user stores the key, then it's still okay. I didn't know that. So we have several identity management and SSI and VC solutions for controlling actually the access to data, and this kind of biometric information could come in the form of verifiable credentials, or even stored in TPMs, or even be part of some trust anchors that based on which some verifiable credentials are created. So I will leave it here for now, and I would like to hear Raj and others on what are the reflections on this. Thanks.
Yeah, I can start maybe, and then others can contribute. So I think my understanding is they are trying to extend the EUDI to come up with this European business wallet to make some kind of, as we see in all our TrustChain projects, there's a lot of fragmentation, and somehow unify this kind of digitization of documents and identities, which can be then used across based around. So that, I see they will come up with a framework which is built on top of the EUDI wallets, and I think there is a mandate they're working towards. All countries will have some kind of EUDI wallet provided by the government in the next 12 to 18 months. And then that should be interoperable, which is, I think, is good, because at the moment there is a lot of silos, as we talk all the time. On the privacy, you're probably right. And I think looking through what I see is there is a lot of challenge in terms of how they are trying to simplify the data privacy, which might, I'm not clear how then that individual privacy is going to maintain, because the argument goes there is 99% of SMEs in Europe, and we need to encourage them to make use of the data better and not without too much restrictions. So does it mean that, if you see the reporting period to any size move from 72 hours to 96 hours now, as Walter mentioned, for a single point of notification. So things are being relaxed. So I don't know how it may go with the citizens if you ask people who are going to be using it. And my take on the user control biometrics is to tie up probably with the EU AI Act, because the biometric processing is very high on the EU AI Act. So I think they are trying to make it, if the sole control is if the user is encrypted on their user device and decrypted, then they kind of make it quite explicit that EU AI Act aligns with it, because that was one of the sticking point in the EU AI Act is on the biometrics. So I'm just thinking this DOR is being brought in to simplify things to scale the EU AI Act adoption across Europe within the next couple of years. Otherwise, I think there is a lot of challenge, we say. That's what I feel. And then as you know, there's this one click for cookies, and this Article 36, which is, I think, of the Data Act, which simplifies DLT applications without any essential requirements. So I think in a nutshell, I find there is a lot of simplification done to help companies and about compliance by design. And this will help us to achieve compliance by design very quickly, because at the moment there are too many laws and they are kind of separate and it doesn't help. So I think bringing these together, I think for me, it looks like they're building towards this EU AI Act and how we make use of this data, and not to really restrict and have too slow processing of data. And then I think it's still to be seen, but I think for SMEs, it's good because it reduces a lot of these things they may have to keep worrying about. And for consumers, I don't know whether it is going to give a lot of protection against what they have from previous regulations. That's what I see so far. So that's my observation, kind of reading through these things. So I'll stop there and I'll welcome any other comment.
Yes, we do have some questions from the audience.
Just a very short question about pseudonymization. You say clarify pseudonymization. Are you saying we're allowed to use pseudonymous accounts in DLT?
I really don't know whether.
Hi, I have a question. I'm curious, who will create this European digital identity wallet? What's your opinion on this?
But at the moment it says there'll be a standard template and which will be shared. So I don't know. It says legal and technical template by the Commission, which will be used by all European countries. That's what it says at the moment. But as Walter said, it's still a proposal. So yeah, I think this is where the fragmentation happens. If you push it to different parties, then it just interoperability doesn't happen. So yeah.
Yes, as we discussed the UK plug.
Same problem, yeah.
Plugs, Yes, and that's the simple function that they do. So for the digital wallet, we could have the same approach, a very simple function, and which is probably everything associated to the identity to be in there, and now how to operationalize it. Probably the current approach has been of many digital wallets, because we've seen in the TrustChain project very different approaches. Really technological, but also use case based. So different use cases. But the number of use cases is potentially unlimited. So how do we make a generic wallet that can help the European citizen do just like everything needed during their lifetime. Any thoughts on that? Maybe from the UK perspective.
I don't know. So it says, for example, data is only personal if reasonably identifiable. So what does reasonably identifiable mean? It might be different to you and different to me. So what do they mean by reasonably identifiable? So there is kind of a lot of ambiguity. But what I see is what they're trying to achieve. I think in the UK, we discussed a couple of weeks ago, Vlado, around how we have our Home Office, we have our driving license agency, then we have passport office, then we have the benefits. They all have different formats of digital documentation. And reading through this European business wallet, the idea is if you have one digital document for verification of identity, it should be accepted across all forms, and you shouldn't have requests for any more physical documentation. So this kind of portability of documents across the border, this is my understanding, which I think is great, because at the moment there is no uniformity and coherence in terms of using something for a specific purpose. And you making this documentation digitized in one country, which you can use it in the other country, is quite, I think, a welcoming news, I would say.
Anastas, you want more questions? More questions.
Actually, I agree with Raj regarding this reasonably identifiability, because for me, identifiable is identifiable, even if you can identify a person based on some I don't know, magic inference that you cannot conceive currently, but if it is even possible that there is some inference mechanism that you can uniquely identify a person, it's still identifiable for me. But anyway, let's not, because this is a proposal, let's not stick to that. So one thing which is definitely important is our works on digital identity management, and all these works that we have done on privacy, and these are all relevant. And also, let's say, data sharing and cross-border data portability and exchange, all these projects, and we had this kind of projects throughout these years, seem to be very relevant to what we are discussing right now. I wanted to just bring another also. I mean, you remember the second pillar about the fake reviews. This is actually nice. This is on the good direction. I mean, I agree with Raj that there is some skepticism regarding the if it offers higher privacy, probably it wants to lower the bar regarding the privacy strictness. But there are also some positive things. For example, this one that, I mean, puts some kind of trustworthiness requirements to what is happening online. And this is definitely on the positive side, because there is lots of fraud, lots of fake news, lots of fake information, and people get confused. So this is this slide, and we can help in that direction, definitely. I mean, for example, we had the Czech project that is exactly about the properties that online stores can verifiably prove, or let's say any kinds of solutions that were about data governance, data sharing, user privacy, are also kind of very important in terms of realizing this personalized pricing scheme. I mean, we need to have some transparency there. I don't know if you have any opinions.
I think in terms of fake news and fake distance, there have been some initiatives. I think this is probably a positive thing. And I think pricing has always been a challenge, and you always see many these competitive market authorities find different companies because they pretend they're giving 20% discount, but they're actually more pricey than some other retailers. So I think bringing something where it is fair and everybody is, it's transparent to the user. I think that I like the idea of personalized pricing, and again, as I said, fake discounts is a big thing. You see, across the world, there is just before Christmas, Black Monday, and people try to jump to the shops and kill each other, and then they put fake prices showing discounts, and then you go really see through the lenses, and the prices are not really discounts, that they have been given the wrong information. So I think that I would say is a welcome news overall in terms of fake reviews and fake discounts, which are big two areas that we continue to struggle in the online space.
That's amazing. So, Raj, do you have any other comments on anything else?
I think one of the other things I think is quite welcome news is now, and Walter, correct me, NISA is going to manage the DORA, GDPR, and everything. I think that's probably good because this is something we realized in the UK. One of the adoption challenges we identified through our discussion with government and with private-public partnership roundtable. The adoption challenges because too many entities own different things and there was no coherence. But I think if NISA manages GDPR, DORA, and NIS2 and things like that, it might be quite good because it might bring things together and there might be some kind of uniformity to achieve compliance when you bring these different regulations together to simplify. At least there is some single organization that's going to manage this different simplification, which I think is a positive thing, I would say.
And it's probably a positive thing too that this project had been actually one of the larger scale explorative projects on the concept of the digital identity at such a how can I say, heterogeneous approaches explored across Europe. So definitely the project has generated a huge number of viewpoints and better understanding on what should and how happen with the digital identity, and we can see that this is definitely the future. The people will need to have some sort of digital identity in the future, and we cannot avoid not to speak and discuss this kind of topics. And this is where our TrustChain Foundation comes into play, isn't it?
Yeah, it's also this idea to help the SMEs, and all our projects are SMEs. So for us, it's welcoming news because, we always say talk to our lawyers because, there might be GDPR issues, but I think it's simplifying, which means I think one of the other positive thing is the EU is looking for SMEs, as majority of the EU entities are SMEs, to help them to really scale this next adoption of the technology. So I think it's going in the positive directions as far as TrustChain is concerned. We have created the building blocks. Now we are trying to help the Europe to go to the next level by kind of plugging the building blocks together and then complying by default.
I think it's amazing. So if we have exhausted these discussions, then I would like to, before I pass the word, sorry? There is another slide. There is one more slide. Okay, go on.
I don't have a microphone.
Whose slide is that?
Mine. So it's about this, let's say, actually this is related to this unification of reporting cross-border, and I mean, one idea to really tackle this issue would be through digital passport, product passports that could be, I mean, used in supply chains and be transferable with bridging technology across different borders, so that we have this unified reporting from all the countries, and also we have this, let's say, transferable supply chains, or supply chains which are interoperable across different countries because the product starts from Italy and goes up to Finland, and it passes through several kinds of processes that are recorded in the blockchain, but still they cannot be attributed easily to a certain digital product passport, and this is an issue that I think that also, I mean, transforming from one regulatory framework to another is not straightforward. We had some kind of cross-border, let's say, documentation or document exchange projects, and we could apply this kind of solutions to tackle this kind of problem. That's what I wanted to say about that. But to tell you the truth, there are several implications. I don't know how it is going to go eventually. One thing that I wouldn't like to have is that we really lose focus on the user-centered design, because I think that the user is kind of put in the corner, at the corner in this omnibus regulation. It's not very user-centered, isn't it?
Interesting.
That's true, yeah.
So if I compare it to sports, this project had been a marathon. And I think what we have proven together, the core group and all the projects, is that we are capable of running really at the long distance, right? And against all the complexities that are around the digital identity. So, and I think it's like really amazing, and we are really prepared now to go to this next stage with our foundation. So I would like to thank at this point for everybody who came to Ljubljana. It was lovely to see you here, to see your, you know, like you in life. It's completely different than online. And also to everybody who followed us on the online part. And now I would like to pass it back to our coordinator, Caroline Barel, to give some closing remarks for this session. Thanks.
Thank you, Vlado. It has been an amazing final event, I would say, and we have seen only a fraction of what TrustChain has achieved. So I just remind 73 projects. I would disagree with Vlado when saying that it was a marathon. I have seen it more as a sprint of 3 years, where we have to engage you in the journey, let's say, and give you the means to achieve what you plan. So I would really thank you for the technology, the nice technology that you have been able to implement. And I would say that it is also only the beginning, because actually we have to keep in mind that now we are focusing on Web 4, where interaction in the digital space will be more and more, I would say, and where the digital identity would have to be really focused on. So apart from this, the trustworthiness also of this new era will be really important. And I think that, yes, with the TrustChain Foundation, we are prepared to do great things also in the future. So thank you to all of you, for the one that were on site, and for the one that were online. I would like also to thank you, the University of Ljubljana, to have hosted this event in a very beautiful way. And yes, stay tuned regarding the foundation. Thank you.